Uh, Finally, that last node is locked in. Something was going on with the nodes around the Terran jump node. Interesting. Let's see here. Nodes 1 through 11 are fully functioning. Bitrate is excellent. Node 12 is still giving me problems, but that should be acceptable. Transceiver operating within correct parameters. We are good to go. Greetings, wingmates. I hope that you are well, in whatever temporal situation you may find yourself in. Ah, Sir Dreener, welcome to the convoy. Alright. The wingmates. I wanted to engage in a little bit of a celebration for the historical Terran Independence Day and for Coalition Day. Hello, Koopa. Welcome to the convoy. But yes, July 4th is the Independence Day for the historical United States on Terra, and that holiday actually was something that many individuals found to be something, how shall I describe, culturally significant, and so the Far Sons Coalition, when the foundational sub-governments, which eventually ended up creating the nation-state, they, uh, they ended up actually waiting a little bit of time in order to ratify the final union of the coalition on that very specific day, so that it could match the historical precedent of the supposed signing of the Declaration of Independence, even though, from my understanding, it was not exactly on the 4th of July. There's a little bit of nuance to that. But regardless, it is a day filled with celebration, and since I will be celebrating myself, I wanted to, at the very least, have something to mark the occasion, even if I could not do it on the exact day. So, I would like to demonstrate to you, wingmates, the simulation Independence War, a game from 1997. Yes, hello, Sir Dreener. I do hope that everyone is well today. Dualbor, welcome to the convoy. Good to see you here. So yes, I will be celebrating with my fellow spacers, since I am currently at a port of call, and I will likely be detanking and descending down to the planet in order to engage in some local festivities, including the consumption of grilled meats and libations, perhaps not. But as always, for such a valuable celebration, there should be fireworks, or at the very least, the detonation of nearly expired atomic warheads in the upper atmosphere. Well, above the upper atmosphere, of course. You do not want electromagnetic field effects to damage any of your equipment. You want it to be, quite a distance away. And of course, for those older warheads, they're oftentimes coated in different sorts of materials to allow for particular incandescent effects. And my word, I will say this, wingmates, it is beautiful to watch a decommissioned Kasaba howitzer go off hundreds of miles above you. Although on vacuum worlds, it does look somewhat different. You can't tell me what I want. That is something no one can, Miss Fortuna. No one can tell you what you want. You have your own agenda, as I've discovered. I'm doing quite well, and you? Sir Dreener, I am glad that you are doing well. I am also well myself. I am excited for tomorrow's celebrations, and I'm not excited for the detanking that I will immediately begin following this data transmission. But I don't think anyone would be excited for hacking up rather unpleasant fluid. Pig D8, welcome to the convoy. You just tapped into the Terran news sphere for the results of Independence War, the video game, not the movie, and my, they have interesting looking ships. Yes. Hello, Pig. Yes, the vessels in Independence War are rather uniquely designed, and there is a bit of inconsistency, I would say, in some of the ways they are done. So Independence War is a surprisingly hard science fiction, to be difficult to describe it as, but it is a more realistic game with more thought put into it than for many, and yet the designs still follow the, how shall I put it, the airplane or the boat school of thought, as opposed to the stacked deck school of thought, which is rather interesting, especially for the destroyer and for the cruiser of the navy. And it's I'm not quite sure what they were thinking when they designed those particular vessels. Even the Alabama class carrier looks a little bit more constrained as opposed to the Danubes and the what is the class of destroyer that they have? I think I have the ship recognition guide available right here. 1 second, please. What class was it? The destroyer. Oh, the Bastille class. Yes, we will be seeing the Bastille class shortly. Well, so why don't we begin our simulation? Now, I will say this: I have had some difficulty getting this rather ancient game to play. I've had to utilize a voodoo wrapper, as they call it, or a glide wrapper, in order to get it to run correctly. And one of the things is you cannot alt tab, or else the game breaks in a certain way. So I may have some more difficulties being as reactive as I typically am. But I hope that you will bear with me for this look at a rather odd game. Alright, wingmates, let's go to the simulation room. Here we go. Alright, wingmates. So, let me bring the simulation online, and hopefully we will have no issues with that. Bastille, Danube, Alabama. This one uses places. Navy conventions differing from setting to setting. Always been fun to compare with. Indeed, Pig. I think that Halo takes the cake for when it comes to some of the odder naming conventions. At least the ships named after concepts and perhaps poem titles. Alright, wingmates. Hopefully this will capture correctly, as I've tested it several times, but let's see if there will be any issues. And of course, Explorer.exe on my particular installation of Windows will crash every 50% of the time I run this. So let's see what happens. Here we go, wingmates. Oh my. So that is the intro video. I think I will actually skip it because it's a bit of an issue. Let's see here. Okay. Excellent, the capturing is finally working. Alright, welcome to Independence War. So, as you can see, this game suffers from one of the oddities of menus from games pre-2000, or I suppose before the establishment of some of the conventions of menus, in them being rather straightforward. This one is a little bit strange. What do any of these mean? So the roster for single-player campaigns is this strange rack of cylinders. Instant action, which is, I suppose, skirmish, is the spinning ship silhouette. We have the chip for options, and we have credits. As you can see, that is all you have other than the exit button, which isn't even labeled as such. And you have to understand that Shift Q is the exit combination. Let's see here. Okay. Well, why don't we begin the campaign from the start, wingmates? I should already have a profile for myself. There we go. Let's begin navigation basics. Since I think all of us require a refresher in how to operate a Dreadnought class corvette. Alright, allow me to get my physical simulation space here set up. There we go. Alright, let's begin. Nav basic. This should be good. Large spinning random objects, indeed. Was this before or after Free Space 2? It's an unrelated universe, dual bore. It is unrelated. It's its own IP. There is a sequel to it, Independence War 2. Independence War 2 Edge of Chaos, which does have a lot of improvements and is much easier to run. Let's do it indeed. And it does look like a belt of cartridges. Right, Nav Basic. Oh, right. It's one of those where you select, but you can't double click. You have to hit play mission. Alright, here we go, wingmates.
This is a training exam in piloting Dreadnought-class corvettes. All prospective officers should pass this exam before entering active service. Your performance will be monitored and scored. The exam will test your ability to control the ship.
Oh dear.
You will be maneuvering using thrusters only. On screen is a Type 2 navigation buoy. We call them rings. Your objective is to fly the ship along a course made up from a series of such rings. To complete the course, you must fly through the center of each and every ring in turn.
This is giving me flashbacks to a thrust and shoot.
Colliding with the ring will result in damage to your vessel. The total time taken to complete the course will be measured, and the faster you complete it, the more you will score.
Well, I am not a...
You may resit this exam at any time in order to improve your score.
I don't really care what my score is, so why don't we just complete the course? Alright? Let's see what we can do here. Right, there's our objectives. Let's see,
This
briefing,
is a training exam.
documentation. We have our global stellar navigation sphere. Oh my. So, one of the interesting things is that with the right modifications to the game, you can actually explore the entire system. Let's see here. Okay. I guess we hit escape. Yes.
Okay, the objective of this exam is to pass through the center of all the rings in the course in the shortest possible time. The timer starts when you pass through the first one. Any questions?
Not really, instructor. And yes, Koopa, we will be passing through the rings. Okay. Let's see here. So what happens if I miss a ring?
What if I miss a ring?
You have to pass through all the rings to complete the course. You can mess around with the order, but I would try to do them in the order that they come.
Well, that's rather candid. All right.
How do I know which is the next ring?
Your head-up display will automatically lock on to the next ring when you fly through a ring successfully.
Yes, it is a rather nostalgic UI. It reminds me of Fallout, with the various buttons and the textures for the display. Strategos, Lysianus, welcome to the convoy. We are currently engaging in some Independence War. We are just beginning the tutorial. Alright, well, instructor, what happens if I hit the ring?
It worked.
Alright. Let's see. Use the minus key or joystick throttle to increase speed. Alright, let's increase our speed to 150 meters per second. Alright. I think we can up that to perhaps 500. Alright. Excellent.
Okay, the timer is running.
Copy that, instructor. Let's go to 1000. Oh, I only have a limited amount of time. I don't like that. So, while this game is Newtonian, the ship you are using actually uses thrusters. Ooh. The instructor was not lying, wingmates. It will hurt. It will hurt. My word, my word. And I think the volume is a little bit loud. Wingmates, allow me to actually exit the campaign really quickly here. Because the moment I cannot actually make any adjustments without quitting the game, or else the mouse control is lost. Alright, let me break the UI here. Okay, I think that the audio was just a little bit too loud there, and I apologize for that. Yes, this is what happens when you play these older games. If you Alt-Tab out of them, they break. Okay, there we go. So I have to be very careful to do this in such a manner. Okay, that should be a little bit better. Okay, so let's go back to the roster and let's resume the campaign. Okay, blah, 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 blah. All right. I'm just going to ignore what the instructor says.
Okay, the timer is running.
Alrighty. So, as I was saying before, while this game does feature Newtonian physics, your ship will attempt to behave like an airplane. So, for example, I am maneuvering my nose, and the lateral thrusters on this vessel, which thrust left, right, up, and down, and of course the reversing thruster, they will activate and attempt to make my course as smooth as possible. However, if you maneuver too fast, you will not have a smooth transition, as was demonstrated when I collided with the very first ring. Alright, let's see here. So we are currently just maneuvering along with our waypoints here. Now, when we look at the info box here, in the upper left we see the distance between us and our next objective. The 0 in the upper right corner means damage taken, and it goes from 0 to 100. Thank you, instructor. So as you can see by these little red lines, that is the actual relative velocity of our starship, relative to a base orientation within the map. Okay. As you can see, right now they are going sideways because that was our previous velocity. And essentially, we can actually go into a mode where we will... Okay, we are going way too fast. We need to carefully go through this ring. There we go. So this is a surprisingly easy game to actually play if you're not using any of the advanced maneuvers. Now we can, of course, engage pure Newtonian flight physics by hitting the N key, and that will disable the... what do they call it? The auto nav system? Let me actually complete this course before I do anything silly like that. Oh. The gun is actually not disabled. Unlike typical training courses, all of the features of our craft are available right now. So we should be able to complete this course within the 40 seconds remaining. Hopefully. Although I may want to actually burn a little bit harder here. So I'm going to accelerate using the A and Z keys. And I'm going to decelerate now, so I don't smash into this. That seems a little bit tougher than flying rings in Star Fox. It may be...
One more to go.
Oh, one more to go. Wait, where did I miss a waypoint? I don't think I missed any waypoints, but... I guess the instructor is wiser than I. Come on, come on. Don't fail me. Don't fail me.
Superb. That's a new course record.
Oh, I see, I see. That was the par time. It's been a while since I've done this. So that is the actual Dreadnought herself. Actually, that's a patrol craft. I have no idea why it's being displayed right now. Alright. Alright, shift Q to exit, escape to resume. So let's exit that mission. There we go. So we've completed Navigation Basic. So why don't we complete Navigation Advanced for our next maneuvering course? What kind of training has the actual threat of death like this if you hit something? This was a game from 1997, Lysianus. They did not hold your hand as much as one would expect. Why would someone hand a greenie access to weapons? I am not quite sure. I don't think that we are a greenie per se. I think this is simply a refresher course for already experienced officers. Let's see here. Nav Basic, let's play the mission. Alright, here we go. I do love the virtual environments here, that we actually get into the captain's seat.
This exam will establish your ability to control a Dreadnought-class corvette using autopilots, the ship's linear displacement drive, LDS, and capsule drive.
LDS is a near FTL technology.
During the flight, you will be accompanied by an instructor pilot in another corvette. You should listen to his spoken instructions, and you should follow them to the letter. On completing the course, your instructor pilot will score your performance.
Oh, this is giving me flashbacks to my training for Independent Starship Operator. I do not like this. I did not do as well as one would hope. Okay, here we go.
Dreadnought, this is your instructor pilot. You are currently docked to the Salt Lake Navy facility in Earth space. I'd like you to use undock to separate from the station.
Copy that, instructor. Pressing U to undock the Dreadnought. Alright, we are undocked.
Good. Now I want you to select my ship as the nav target by using the select target function.
Alright. Place the circle on the instructor ship and press T to target. We have targeted the instructor. Alright, instructor. What's next? Wait, no, that is a PATCOM. Let's find the instructor here. Where is he? Where is the instructor, actually? Is that the instructor? That's a Puffin-class tug. That's a transport ship. Where is the instructor? E, select target function. Interesting, very interesting. I do wonder if the instructor has actually arrived. Oh, there's the instructor.
I am now your selected nav target, so don't shoot me.
No guarantees.
Ship selected, you can now use autopilots. First try approach.
Copy that. Press F6 to activate the approach autopilot. Are we actually approaching? Oh, I see, we had to get away from the Salt Lake base. There we go. That is an awfully fast spinning nav ring. Or a, not nav ring, I apologize, habitat ring. Or something to generate gravity.
Now try the formate autopilot.
Alright, formate autopilot, F7. So now we are in formation with our instructor, and he's going to take us around the block. As you can see, these graphics are a bit primitive.
I want you to engage the dock autopilot.
Alright. We need to exit the formation autopilot, and now we're going to dock with our instructor. So while we're here, let's take a look at what the Dreadnought Corvette actually looks like. So as you can see, the Dreadnought Corvette has a very interesting hull shape. We're actually looking at the ventral part of the Dreadnought Corvette. And here is the top. And the instructor is trying to get away from us, but we are following him quite aggressively. So let's actually do what he says, and we can dock. So pressing 8 to activate the autopilot. Now let's go to the pilot's seat and see what's going on here. So something they haven't gone over yet is there are actually different stations. And there you can see on the hull are the thrusters that help the ship maneuver. These are plasma thrusters, which run from the particle ring, which is that big circular band around the vessel.
Now undock.
Copy that. Pressing U to undock.
Okay, let's try some faster than light travel. I'm laying in a destination in a Jupiter space into your capsule drive computer. Follow me into the jump point.
Alright. Pass through Lagrange point in direction of something. Well, let's formate with the instructor so he can take us through to the Lagrange point. Looks like he's not going to do anything for us. Alright. Let's go through at a relatively slow velocity. So we need to go through the Lagrange point in the direction of the arrow. So a Lagrange point is essentially where in a solar system... Whoops. Well, that didn't turn out right. Let's try this again, wingmates. So a Lagrange point is a location in a solar system where relative to the sun, there is a point where gravity is in essence cancelled out, and one can essentially orbit or stay in one position without being forced to orbit. Although it is technically an orbit. And now we are jumping through using the capsule drive.
You've been falling off a log.
What?
Alright, let's use the LDS system to move at interplanetary speeds. You should try and follow my lead around Ganymede and Europa.
Copy that, instructor. So let's select our instructor here.
I am engaging LDS now.
Alright, we are using formate. And hopefully, because we are formating, the LDS will engage at the same time for the instructor. There we go. Oh, what is going on? Very interesting. So our instructor went into capsule maneuvering, or sorry, I apologize, LDS. So LDS is linear displacement drive system, and essentially it allows you to approach the speed of light without having to use your conventional drives. And it does that by quickly shifting your craft forward in space with microscopic leaps. And we are slowing down, and the game is freaking out because welcome to old games. There we go. Alright, fantastic. So the instructor is dropping down to a relative velocity of less than 10,000 meters per second. I guess he is taking us to whatever moon this is. I think it might be Ganymede, as he said. So with the LDS drive, we are actually able to travel quickly within a system, while using the capsule drive for traveling between systems. And we are slowing down. There we go. He is taking us to the next waypoint using LDS again. Let's see what kind of speeds we'll be engaging in. So while we're doing that, we can actually take a look at the engineering screen here. So essentially, when your ship takes damage, you will be able to adjust the priority of repair, but generally speaking, the default repair is what you want to use. So as you can see, the entire structure of the ship is actually modeled to some extent. Here we have a reactor. Here we have a particle accelerator ring, which is utilized by the reactor to create a fusion reaction. Here we have the actual fusion target. Here we have the antimatter injector, or I apologize, the fusion fuel injector, which sends particles into the ring to accelerate them to collision velocities. Here is the reaction mass fuel supply. Here is antimatter, which is utilized for emergency power, oddly enough. Here is the antimatter injector to help keep the reactor alive during times of power outage when the ring is damaged. Here is the heat array, which is utilized for cooling the vessel, although I would argue it is likely undersized. Coolant tanks. Let's see here, and even the power grid is modeled to the various subsystems of the vessel. At the very least, the primary power grid. Here are batteries, emergency batteries, and the various thrusters are all here. There's the LDS drive, the main thrusters, the plasma grid, which allows plasma to be sent to the reaction thrusters, the particle cannons, which have their own storage ring, which is channeled off of the primary ring that goes around the edge of the ship. And we have the shielding system, the LDA, both upper and lower. And of course, all of these systems can be repaired, including your hull damage. So in essence, while you do have health, it does regenerate, which is a little bit unusual for a game of this age, to have regenerating hull. So we are still traveling at LDS speeds, following our instructor. Where are you taking us, fella? Where are you taking us? So one of the interesting things is, while you do have hotkeys, you of course will be utilizing buttons too. Here is the three-dimensional navigation sphere, which indicates where your contacts are. As you can see, our instructor is off to the left in front of us, and now coming into view. This is a very important aspect of controlling the Corvette. How big was the physical manual for this game? I believe it was on the order of at least 30 pages. Of course, it was a small booklet in general, but it is definitely not a small manual, to say the least. There we go, we are closing in with the instructor. And we have actually overshot the instructor because our formate was not doing well. There we go. But the manual is actually rather important to read, because this is one of those games where tactics are explained within the manual itself. Alright, hopefully our instructor will stop sightseeing and we will be able to return home. Let's see, what is the time increment function, if I recall? Let's see. Oops, we should engage autopilot. Let's see here. Formate, once again. There we go. Hi, Carbide, welcome to the convoy.
Okay, I'm coming out of LDS near the jump point. See if you can drop out near to my location.
Well, you see, instructor, I am not actually attempting to follow you accurately.
Okay, we should now jump back to Earth L5 redock with Salt Lake. That will conclude the exercise.
Alright. Alright. Now we need to go back through the jump point at a slow velocity relative to the jump point. Are we going to blow up aliens like Independence Day? There are some aliens within the universe of Independence War, but that does take a little while to actually come into effect. Right now we are going to actually be dealing with the rebels, the independence movement. So oddly enough, Independence War is not about obtaining your own independence. It is about denying the independence to others. But isn't that just the spice of life? Let's see here. So let's dock by pressing F8. There we go. Yes, we will destroy the Indies. Are we the baddies? Yes, we are the baddies, wingmates. We are the baddies. Alright, so let's dock our craft here. And we will have action soon, wingmates. I can tell you that much. If we can't have independence, nobody can. That is the correct attitude to have. Remember, if you are part of a hegemonic space empire, and you are unable to win your own independence, simply participate as a vassal of that particular empire, and you will gain all the benefits while having as few disadvantages as possible. Alright, mission is successful just because we used autopilot. Independence is your dependence to us. I like that statement. Alright, let's exit that particular mission. Let's see, nav docking or salvage. We can try nav docking. Why don't we do that one? How high-tech are the weapons in this setting? So the weapons utilized here are actually primarily particle weapons and missiles. So considering they're not utilizing autocannons anymore, and particle acceleration for them is so trivial that it can be done by the average craft, I would say that the technology level in this setting is rather advanced. So why don't we continue onward with the next training scenario?
This exam will determine your ability to accomplish docking maneuvers in a Dreadnought-class corvette.
Alright, what does that imply?
To complete the exam, 4 cargo containers have to be moved from their rest position into the cargo hopper. To do this, you should dock with each of the containers in turn, and then release the containers when you are on such a trajectory that will result in the container being caught by the hopper.
Oh
This is
no.
a timed exam. We will measure the time taken from docking with the first container to the point.
Oh no. Okay, so this is literally a box collecting tutorial. Let's see here. We have our ship catalog. Let's see here. Ship roster. Weapons guide. Okay, so we do have some documentation. Alright. Let's find our containers here. Target a container using T and fly towards it. And our instructor is watching. So let's target the furthest container so we can, of course, cheese the timing here. Alright, let's make it to the container at a relatively low velocity. Let's go to around 400 meters per second. No game is free from fetch quest. No, it's not. Not at all. And I suppose we're not Space FedEx because we're not a cargo ship, but we are entertaining our instructors by doing this. Alright, here we go. We are approaching within 3 kilometers of the target. And we should be at the container now. Alright, let's use docking maneuvers. Press F8 to dock with container. There we go. Autopilot engaged. So I've basically turned off the UI so we have a better view of the battlefield. And we should be docking shortly. There we go. And there it comes. So as a timed mission, this will unfortunately have to take quite a bit of time, simply because the Dreadnought is rather slow to dock. There we go.
Okay, you're docked. The timer is running.
Thanks, Command. Alright, let's go. Now our maneuverability is heavily reduced. So there is the hopper. So let's head forward to it. Here we go. So what we want to do is we're going to utilize our lateral thrusters to actually line ourselves up with the hopper. And lateral thrusters simply let us shift left and right without changing our facing. And I unfortunately went a little bit too fast, so I'm going to slow down. And I'm going to adjust my thruster facing again here. Here we go. Alright, and we need to undock to launch the container. So the container is above us. So let's undock and stop. And we made it! Excellent. Alright. And here we go. Let's get the next container. There we go. We'll get the one that's furthest away. And let's get close. Slow down. Ooh. Did I destroy the container? I think I did. That is a bit of a problem. I wonder if that fails the mission, actually. That would be a concerning thing. Let's restart that, actually. Yep, if we can't complete that objective, we have a problem. So we're going to have to restart that, unfortunately. I love these old games. They really do not hold your hand. Let's skip all of the garbage here. And go back to targeting our container. Come on, come on. And you might as well hit the dock command right now, because autopilot will do its best job to slow down and do everything correctly. So in some sense, this is actually, Wingmates, the job of a pilot. It is to... how shall I say? It's to utilize automation whenever possible, and to minimize manual engagement. When I was undergoing flight training for the Independent Starship Operator program, I definitely was told, once you are out of here, once you are no longer required to do manual maneuvers, besides the occasional practice run,
The timer is running.
you should likely utilize essentially the fact that you have plenty of automation available to you to make your life easier. There is no point in manual docking maneuvers when so many computers are available to you in order to make sure that you do not damage your vessel, that you do not waste your time and that you don't cause any sort of disaster when you are in port. Right, so now that we are utilizing that little marker cube, that waypoint, we should have a very accurate launch. And let's undock. There we go. That should connect. And it did.
That's one.
Perfect. Alright, let's get the remaining cubes here. Alright. Grab the ladder one and hit dock. And autopilot will do braking for us. The computer will always know how to calculate deceleration ahead of time better than you. You can always count on the computer knowing what to do. Unless it's broken, of course. So, wingmates, since, as you can see, I have failed basic piloting instruction quite a bit, I want to ask you, have you ever taken some sort of vehicle operation certification course or training and had repeated failures that were, I suppose, unpleasant in this regard? Because I know, for me, I was very close to failing my Independent Starship Operator certification when I initially began that. I believe that on Ancient Terra, at least in the 20th and 21st century historical United States, they called that the Department of Motor Vehicles as the administration of such examinations. Let's see here. Let's dock with that. My affinity is to all land vehicles. Let's see here. Let's dock. Air vehicles, though. Have you attempted air vehicle certification, Strategos? And Koopa, my condolences for the issues with the certification. I can feel that. I can sympathize with that. Whoa! What was that? What was that? The autopilot decided to fail on us there. Okay. Fascinating. Let me stop the vessel, because we are having some problems here. Alright, let's select the tug. Let's see here. Let's go to command. Targeting tug. Okay, what happened here? There we go, hopper. Perfect. I see, Sardriner. So you have taken that sort of approach. Is it due to the difficulties in licensing a vehicle, or due to the inefficiency of utilizing a vehicle in your particular locale? I would not judge that, as there are many locations where even I would, despite my personal affinity for ground vehicles, would not wish to utilize them. Alright, let's push ourselves a little bit this way, get ourselves aligned. Let's align a little bit better. Alright, there we go. And we have a good vector.
You're out of time.
And that's... Wait a minute, are you kidding me? Out of time? Out of time? You... Oh, my goodness. There's a large difference between paper certifications and hand-on certifications. Paper is a trap.
This exam.
Yes. Knowing theory is one thing, actually doing it is an entirely different thing. So I'm just going to do this via autopilot and approach. Paper is usually a joke, indeed. I see, Sardriner, so inefficiency, and you prefer biking. Very understandable. Everyone's situation is different, and I understand that sometimes having a human-operated transportation vehicle is the optimal choice. So I do not fault that in any way. Especially in some of the denser cities I've been, there have only been options for either public transportation or for some sort of small locomotion device.
The timer is running.
All right, let's actually utilize the approach function here. Let's see here. So we're going to utilize approach function. So we really need to be much more careful about how we do this. So let's set our velocity by aiming simply at the center of the hopper and undock here. Alright, perfect. Let's get the next crate. Target that one. Dock. And hopefully we will be able to actually have that. Yes. Okay, so as long as we are careful about launching our containers, we can actually do them from a distance, and it shouldn't be an issue. So I apologize about that blunder on my behalf, wingmates. Space bike sounds rad, though. Yes, it is fully possible to utilize a bicycle within the vacuum, or within a space station, or other things like that. But typically, due to the need for, I suppose, speed, one does tend to utilize some sort of electrically augmented transportation device for personal maneuverability. Or a people mover, as one would call them, which I would describe as any variable device that allows you to... how shall I describe it? Maneuver around a station, be that railways, be that automated maneuvering devices that move you around zero gravity, etc., etc. Okay, so now we're going to speed up a little bit, align our reticle, hit the undock, and hopefully we will be able to get that container in there. Alright, next container. Docking sequence. Alright, excellent. So we should actually be able to accomplish this in the time, now that we are no longer having to quick approach the hopper point blank. Because the container will not slow down on its own, as this is space, and we do have Newtonian physics, we should have no issues lobbing those containers like that. Here we go. Now, it would be very interesting if we could utilize the same principle to lob large munitions in I suppose, what I would describe as dive bombing. Alright, there we go. We have the tug. And here we go, engaging primary drive. Because we have such a heavy crate with us, it is rather difficult to maneuver with the crate. Alright, let's increase our velocity. Align our reticle with the hopper. Press undock. Slow down, turn around. And there we go. Let's find the next crate. There it is.
One more to go.
Alright, we have 50 seconds to accomplish this. I think the docking is the biggest issue. Oh, no, that's instructor. I think we may fail this yet again. Simply because we... There we go. Let's see if we can do this, wingmates. Auto dock should hopefully be functional enough. Power Nelson, welcome to the convoy. How could we fail? Because the autopilot is not fast enough. That's how we could fail. So this time we're going to make a break for it. Come on, autopilot. Come on. Come on, come on. Let's see what we're doing here. Oh, are you kidding me? Come on, come on. Don't make me do this again. I do not want to be stuck in training. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, let's do this.
I'm sorry, you're out of time.
I hate to use this expression, wingmates, but eat shit! This is making me rather indignant. Alright, instructor. Alright. I see. Okay, looks like we're going to have to speedrun this, wingmates. Watch these speedrun strats. You're going to be amazed. Alright, here we go. Here we go, engaging docking. I am stuck in boot camp. This is incredibly frustrating. I am supposed to be a veteran spacer, and I am currently stuck in this torment. This Sisyphean task of throwing crates into a hopper to the demands of this awful instructor. Ugh. And yes, Sir Dreener, there are many different ways you can transport an individual around a vessel. The turbolift is one popular conception, and I suppose any sort of automated multi-dimensional transportation lift or container is important. Now, because it would be moving in various ways, and of course, there wouldn't be any sort of,
Okay, you're docked. The timer is running.
I don't care if the timer is running at this point. Let's see here. Have you tried passing? As you can see, I have attempted to pass, but we're having a moment here. All right, there we go. We have that aligned. Coming back for the next container. Beginning docking. All right, let's see how the autopilot does here.
That's 1.
Okay, that is 1. No matter the age, boot camp still sucks. Indeed it does, indeed it does. So, if I can't pass this, wingmates, there is no shame in anyone else not passing certification for a vehicle that operates solely on the ground. This is a 3-dimensional flight, after all. Come on, come on! This autopilot is giving me conniptions, wingmates. Alright. Come on, come on. Give me the tug. There we go. Oh, don't do this to me. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, let's just hope that this goes in, wingmates. Okay, we have stabilized our trajectory. Undocking, turning around. And let's grab the next crate. We have 2 minutes left. Alright, there we go. Beginning docking. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I would be rather distraught if this was where I became stuck, wingmates. And we failed already because the crate collided. I think I'm going to come back to this one. Great, great, that is wonderful. Oh, Independence War. Let's try this again. Let's go to salvage. Alright, let's see what salvaging is like. My goodness, my goodness. This is embarrassing.
You will have realized by now the value the Commonwealth places on the fleet. The latest Navy plan is to increase the size of the fleet by 10% this year. Our records suggest that there are a number of promising salvage candidates in the debris field left over from the battle for the Ptoleman Exchange. The debris field is protected by a number of mine devices. These have been alerted to your presence and temporarily deactivated. You and your crew will enter the debris field in a standard command section subvessel. It should be compatible with most vessel classes in the debris field. You should attempt a salvage operation on the most intact hulk you encounter.
Alright. So we are being sent in with a very small and very pathetic little craft.
A flatbed tug will transport the command vessel to the vicinity of the debris field.
You tried your best, but it wasn't good enough. No, my aim was not good enough.
The prospect of Indy looting. The debris field is protected by hunter-seeker mines. These will be alerted to your presence and deactivated.
Alright. Seems simple enough.
The tug will release the command section and wait outside the debris field. You should then pilot the vessel into the field and start the search for any salvageable vessel candidates. You should investigate any large debris items which might be ships. Our scans reveal several promising hulks within the field which seem to be intact.
But why would they have been abandoned if they're intact?
Salvageable ship. Dock the command section onto the vessel and pilot the ship back out of the field to rendezvous with the flatbed. You'll have some time to kill before the tug gets you near the debris field, so I suggest you use that time wisely in familiarizing yourself with the command section controls.
That's rather saucy of you, briefing computer prompt. Okay, let's begin. Look at that cutscene. That is advanced graphics for 1997. Alright, here we go. We are docked to the tug, so we have no control.
Hayes on the commercial tug ship CCO-348 to command section 32098. I have halted the ship pending confirmation of our orders. We should be on our way in just a few moments. We should be at the drop-off point in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes? I don't have that time. Rory, welcome to the convoy. We are going to be shooting independents who are rebelling from our Commonwealth. So, humans. This reminds you of StarCraft. Ah, it does have that same graphical fidelity and I suppose texture that the original graphics from the introductory cinematics for StarCraft utilized. It definitely does remind me of that. So we are going to be going for quite a while before this tug gets us where we need to be. Let's take a look. What do we have here? We have remote piloting. We have our star chart. We are currently in Alpha Centauri B, where this is apparently where the Battle of Toloman took place. We have our objectives.
Lieutenant,
We have our briefing. We have our documentation. And we are still stuck on our vessel. So we only have the piloting station, and we have the command station. Ah, I like the port here, the parallel port. If we had a free explore mode enabled, we could actually travel to Sol. But that does involve modification of the game binary, so I have not engaged in that yet, Rory. But there is a way to do that. But I was very glad to simply get this working, let alone anything else. It does look like a printer port indeed. Let's see, so we have the printer port, which is probably some sort of security key port. I am a little bit concerned that the wiring here is so loosely exposed. I never understood why they would do that.
Arrived at the drop-off zone. The debris field is dead ahead. We will hold position here till you come back. That's if you come back. Over.
I really like how the way these individuals talk is very oh, here we go. So we've undocked the command section, and now we should be heading towards... Very nice. Alright, here we go. Let's find ourselves a Hulk. Happy garbage hunting. So now we need to find a salvageable Corvette of some sort. And we essentially need to get close enough to them in order to scan them. So let's see here. What do we have?
we are entering the debris field now. Logging many debris items.
Alright. They just added to look cool, I believe. Bad design from a durability perspective, good for aesthetic. It is a solid aesthetic. But let's bring ourselves to a halt. And let's take a look at some of this debris. Can't even tell what that is. Salvage, thruster. Nope, that is absolutely destroyed. Let's see here. What is that? Debris. That appears to be a part of it. That appears to be a destroyer, actually. But a destroyer does not have a... Oh! Well, we destroyed that debris, so it doesn't even matter. Let's see here. Oh, appears we have found something. Ah, it's the Dreadnought Corvette. So one thing I was not able to show is the introductory cinematic, where we find the Dreadnought Corvette.
Promising.
Indeed it does. Alright, let's dock to the Corvette. Here we go. Now, I don't know how the heck we're going to dock to something spinning laterally like this. Oh my... Oh! I probably should have waited for the continuation of the mission. Was a destroyer indeed. Okay. I cannot believe that I failed a basic cinematic mission that easily. I love these old games. They really, they don't care at all.
Gypsy CO348 to Command Section 32098. I have halted the ship pending confirmation of our orders. We should be on our way in just a few moments.
Do not halt the ship. Just get me moving. Just get me moving, please. No. No. Oh my goodness. Yes, Lucianus, they really do. And as you can see, wingmates, my abilities are actually less than I expected. But it is nice to be shown how one is actually not above learning. And I thought that I knew this game, but clearly it's been a bit of time. So I do apologize for that. Let's see here. Okay. So I'm going to pull up the commands for the controls for this game. Let's take a look here. Okay. Let's see here. Independence War. Okay, I'll need to pull up that that document actually. 1 second, please, wingmates. There we go. I will utilize good old games to obtain that particular PDF.
We have arrived at the drop-off zone. The debris field is dead ahead. We will hold position here until you come back. That's if you come back. Over.
You know, wingmates, I thought it was a joke when that salvager said, "If you come back." But now I realize he was not kidding about the potential stupidity of someone like me. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, wingmates, 1 second, please. I'm obtaining the... So, due to the fact that I'm unable to Alt-Tab on my particular setup, due to the instability of this particular game, I am actually having to utilize a second computing device in order to obtain this particular PDF of the controls. Let's see here. 1 second, please. Let me find the extra section. That should be very helpful. 1 second, please. Wingmates, have there been any games in the past that you thought you knew very well and actually ended up showing you the meaning of humility? Because this game is certainly doing that to me right now. Let's see here, viewing downloads. So I believe, was it Serdriner who asked how big this particular manual was? Well, the manual is 121 pages long, wingmates. So most definitely it is not a trivial document. Okay, Sardriner. Okay, so yes, 121 pages of lore, references, tips, and navigation material and control materials. All right, let me find those documents, and I will pull them up because at this point I'm actually running into some issues here. Let's see, extract to archive, and extract to iWar manual. Okay, there we go. Let's go here. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at the reference card. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of controls, and I can't even read all of that all at once. So those are rolls, flares, increase speed, decrease speed. No, I only need the 10 key list layout here. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Now I have all the controls visible to me at the very least. There we go. Oh, yes, yes. Open TTD. When I turned on the AI for the first time, and every time I play with AI, anytime I play multiplayer. Rory, I feel your pain with Open TTD. It is absolutely a non-trivial game. And yes, Rory, the manual does correlate to the goodness of the game. And this game has its own issues, but I would describe it as good, at least in my opinion.
We are entering the debris field now. Logging many debris items.
Ah, here we go. We finally have third-person view. So this is what our command craft looks like. Missile view, fixed external view, onboard view. There we go. So let's go find the Dreadnought again. Hopefully we shouldn't be too long in finding it. It's that big spinning thing. That is... Oh! We need to stop. There's the Dreadnought. And yes, it is a bit of a wow factor for the size of the manual. Okay, here we go. Ah, CRS, welcome to the convoy. It's also been a while since I've jumped in, so you are not alone in that.
That Corvette looks promising.
Alright, so. This, Wingmates, if you have ever done any target shooting, reminds me of a spinner target, but one in zero gravity with no friction on a mounting point. So what we want to do is we want to actually shoot the bottom.
Rotating way too fast to dock with. We need to stop the rotation.
So let me shoot the bottom of the...
Remote log on. Make the Dreadnought your nav target, then press REM on the command console.
Oh, you don't want me to shoot it? That makes me very sad. Alright, let's do remote access here. Let me actually find the remote access hotkey, if there is one. I don't think there is a remote access hotkey, unfortunately. Let's see here. Okay. Set weapons to manual. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is very interesting. One of the controls is the game is the Y key, which lets you switch the roll and yaw axis. Apparently, that would have been useful when you were playing with mouse and keyboard, but not when you have a proper joystick. So, let me go on to the engineering station. Let's see here. Oh, we have to go to the command station, hit remote. So, let's go with this one here. There we go. And let's use the remote access protocol. Okay. And now that normal thruster mode is engaged, we should be able to stop rotation. Oh yeah, at least it was not spinning on all axes, Sardriner. So let's align it as close as possible to ourselves here. And there it is. CNV 32098. We can actually use our lateral thrusters. Oh, we can't use any of it because our ship is powered down. Only the rotational thrusters work. So let's exit. And now that the Dreadnought is no longer spinning... So if we take a look at it, it is actually missing two sections here, where normally it would have special pods for mission equipment. So let's dock using the F8 key. There we go. And we are docking to the Dreadnought.
Docking complete. We have a green light on the cables, on the airlock, and the pass-throughs.
Excellent.
Looks like we have ourselves a starship. Byrne, what state is she in?
That's apparently what I sound like, Wingmates.
Considering she's been 5 years in the freezer, not bad. The accommodation units are missing, and the main tank is holed, but the reserve is still okay.
Excellent. So the Corvette is surprisingly good. Wait, what's going on?
Sir, we are
what?
activity from the Hunter-Seeker mines.
That is not good. I don't like that at all. I'm getting out of here. Whoa, no. Ooh. Not good, not good, not good. Oh, we are getting our ass handed to us, wingmates.
Sir, I'm getting a signal from within the ship.
What kind of signal?
It's coming across on the crew intercom video link.
Huh?
Here, I'll patch you in.
Alright, patch me in.
Dig up my grave.
What?
I beg your pardon?
I said, would you dig up my grave?
What?
Of course not.
Of course I would.
So I gather you don't approve of being disrespectful of the dead.
No. Why?
Because of this, me, being here now. Being
Hey.
here dead. That's why I was killed. I am dead. But would they let me rest in peace? Would they? Oh no. They would not let me be. Some son of a bitch recovered the hulk of the Dreadnought and pulled out this sorry digital facsimile of my mind. An unholy capture of my last thoughts taken without consent during my final glorious medal-winning battle. And then they dragged me kicking and screaming back into service. I'll tell you, this is one odd Navy, boy. You don't get time off, even for being dead.
Excuse
Listen, if it helps
me?
at all, I didn't ask for some kind of digital command assistant.
Digital assistant, that's me. Get your untrained crew out there into darkest space, and if they drift into a bit of trouble, wander off the edge of their limited simulator academy safe territory into trouble, then the crew can drop their milk and cookies, press a few buttons, and the Captain of Matter pops out the answer. Well, I don't think so.
So you're not gonna help?
Wait, what?
Did I say that? No. Only I am gonna play it like a computer. Stupid dumbass questions in, stupid smartass sarcastic remarks out. Now if you ever manage to ask me a question which doesn't insult my experience and intelligence, I dare say I'll force a civil answer out of myself.
Okay. Well, this was a very eventful salvage operation. My goodness. Yes, the acting is absolutely fantastic. That is more emotional than I would dare say many movies have been. My goodness, my goodness. And welcome to the convoy, Kimmy Spice and Ray. Welcome. Good to see you here. I'm glad you caught that wonderful moment where Commander Clay's ghost was awakened by us salvaging his former ship. So there was actually a cutscene that I was unable to display due to how poor the resolution was and because it was not being picked up. But in essence, that was the previous captain of the Dreadnought corvette, and he was killed in his last glorious battle, where he sacrificed himself to basically kamikaze run with his command section at a jump node blocker, which would have destroyed the Navy reinforcements that were arriving at this jump node here, the L4 point in this system. And so this is where Clay died, and this is where we resurrected his apparently his neural capture from his last moments aboard the Dreadnought. And his mind apparently was left off, knowing that he was charging in to a most certain death. This is a lot to take in, but we have salvaged the Dreadnought, and we do have our own vessel for our command. So why don't we return to the flatbed salvager? Apparently we cannot give him a break. He is going to be helping us, hopefully.
Saddest looking piece of junk I have ever seen.
You shut up, Hayes!
Over and out.
Hayes, if I had gun control, which I do, I would have spent more time attempting to kill you. Because you're probably not mission critical. You...
When you join the Navy, you expect to serve on a ship. We were sent out to find a ship. What we found was the Dreadnought, first in her class and the last ship of Jefferson Clay. When the ship was refitted, my CO was impressed enough to let me try out for command.
Oh, yes, so she is the first of her class, and she is haunted. I feel so bad for Jefferson Clay. He can be a hero for the Navy, but no one will care. Okay, so let's try now that we have Jefferson Clay's ghost inhabiting our vessel. Let's see if we can end up throwing boxes into a ring again, wingmates. Watch me flub this up, even with the ghost of a great warrior guiding me. Oh, Jefferson Clay, watch over me. Please, you have the visual feeds. Alright. Let's do this again. Let's begin docking. And let's begin our launch procedures. So now that I have the controls in front of me, I should be able to cycle contacts again. Change contact types. Start area drone. There, we always want the tug. Alright, come on, autopilot. Let's see, contact target. There we go. We've selected the tug ahead of time. And hopefully once the autopilot does its job correctly, we will be able to actually continue onward here. Come on, come on. Give me a docking. Give me a docking. Oh, and the wonderful thing is, we actually do get to see more of Jefferson Clay in Independence War 2. He is somehow even grumpier than before in that one.
The timer is running.
That's great, Command. I'm glad the timer is running. I'm really happy for you. I hope you and Timer have a long life together, Instructor. I really do. I hope that you will invite me to the bachelor party between you and whatever it was. Ugh. Here we go. Aiming at the hopper, adjusting our position, hitting the undock, and slapping ourselves onto drone 1 or drone 2. Let's see here. Let's go to F8.
That's one.
Come on, give me a docking. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. If this auto dock does not function correctly... Ah, Spooky, welcome to the convoy. Good to see you here. We are currently attempting to throw boxes into a donut in space, utilizing a very expensive 65,000-ton warship. And they are having us throw boxes into a donut. Ugh. This is what I went to officer training for. Is throwing boxes into a gigantic donut. Absolutely unacceptable. Alright, come on, come on, give me command. There's the tug. Selecting target. Alright, come on, come on, come on. There we go. I've had a good authority that many officers enjoy donuts. I can see that. I can see that. It is something a desk-sitting officer would frequently encounter, and thus would become a part of their, I suppose, routine. Let's see here. Undocking, twisting around, selecting the next drone target. Let's see here. Let's get it. Alright, so I'm going to do a manual approach on this one. I'm going to get us as close as possible without engaging autodock. Let's see here. And there we go, engaging autodock. And hopefully we'll be able to make it. Ghost ship, eh? I hope this doesn't go all Event Horizon. I don't think it will, but it may get a little bit spooky, considering we are talking to the mind print of someone who has recently figured out that they are deceased. Are they at least glazed donuts? Glazed with my rage is I suppose, accurate for this particular scenario. Because they simply have not given us enough time to account for the inadequacies of the docking system aboard the Dreadnought Corvette. Alright, let's find our tug here again. Come on, come on. Oh no, we're not gonna be able to make it. Do you really believe that we will be able to make it, wingmates? And I think you should not believe. This is most upsetting. This is most upsetting. There we go. Alright, turning around. And we're not gonna make it. We're just going to have to restart this again. Alright. There we go. Let's restart that scenario, wingmates. Okay. Nav docking. Here we go. Play mission. Da 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 da. Okay, here we go. Let's engage in a proper docking this time. Ooh. Alright. Last set, best set. Last set, best set. We got this, wingmates. We got this. These boxes will not defeat us. To actually go into third-person view to see what the heck my autopilot is doing. Oh, come on. I am very much simply faced with the stupidity of my autopilot. Come on, come on, come on. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh no, I wanted to change view, but it... Well, we have to restart that again. Because I have burned precious seconds. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. Ooh. Frustrating to say the least. Let's see, drone 5. There we go. There we go. Drone 5 selected. Let's begin auto-docking with that. I'm going to disable most of the view here. Actually, no, I need the list of contacts. We will have problems if we do not have a list of contacts. Let's see, so this appears to be a bit of a dated... Target nearest enemy, cycle enemy contacts, target's nearest weapon. Okay, so W is a key that will be very important. Let's see here, dock with target, autopilot fetch, stuff formation.
Okay, you're docked. The timer is running.
Okay. Let's get to the tug. Well, let's get to the hopper. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. Let's do a smoother approach. We need to make sure that we have our velocity correctly aligned. We'll just aim ourselves at the hopper here. And we have too much lateral velocity. Blast it. Nope. 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 Ooh. Oh, I am getting these are vibes I have not done in not felt in a long time, wingmates. The vibes of an old game, one that is going to be a handful, and it knows it. The controls are not troublesome, Spooky. They are Newtonian. So I am simply overestimating the swing around that I need. Oh my. This is one saucy game. It really will not give up the victory. It wants to flirt with my sanity is what it wants to do. I will say that, wingmates. Ugh. Please, please, just let me have this victory. And docking computer, I want you to behave. Will you behave? Will you behave, docking computer? That is all I am asking of you. Just treat me like a normal human being. Come on, come on, come on. Here we go. You are taking your sweet time. Just get on with it. And there we go.
The timer is running.
Okay. Let's target the tug. And let's make sure we align ourselves with the waypoint here immediately. Okay. So what we'll probably want to do is actually line this up like a gun sight, where we have essentially the waypoint. There we go. Turning around and grabbing the next box. Let's see here. Drone 3. Let's do that. And where is that drone? There we go. Autopilot engaged.
That's one.
We are grabbing the next box. Oh my. Come on, come on. It really is the docking computer spending most of the time futzing around here. Okay. I'm trying to remember what this reminds me of. Because there is a very unfortunate mission that this reminds me of. That, And I can't place my finger on it. Some games have training missions that you cannot skip and continue the campaign. And yet they're designed in such a manner that they are essentially dysfunctional. And it seems like my audio system has failed a little bit here. So I will have to come back to that. All right. Wait a minute. Why is it not undocking? Why is it not undocking? This is a problem. Why is it not undocking? Are you kidding me? Well, it appears that the game has failed. And finally, it undocked. And we are not going to be able to complete this, and my controls are completely whacked up. 1 second, please, wingmates. I have to exit the entire simulation, unfortunately. I'll be right back. 1 second, please. There we go. Okay, wingmates, I do apologize about that. I had a bit of a change in one of my programs, and it made a pop-up, and that pop-up broke the game, unfortunately. So let me restart that. Whew, Independence War, you are testing my patience. All right, here we go. There we go. I wonder what Clay would consider retirement. I don't know either. Clay definitely seems like a career man. And I would imagine that almost nothing would be satisfactory for him, even if he could spend time retired. All right. Let's get ourselves acquainted with the command. There we go. That's the more proper arrangement. Beginning docking operations. What about not existing? The game is trying to win its independence. You must not let it happen. No, we must restrain this game as much as possible. We must extend our hegemony to the simulation. I suppose that is one potential option for Clay when he does retire, which is not existing. But I think many sentients have an issue with that. Alright, come here. Even if you are an electronic intelligence, I think that would be, Oh!
The timer is running.
Thanks, Command. I know the timer is running. Don't hit that. Oh, this craft flies like a pregnant hippopotamus when you have a container loaded onto it. The controls are barely functional. Okay, hopefully the undock will not fail me now. Alright, we appear to have proper alignment. Let's see here, we've got our alignment. There we go, turning around. And now we're going to immediately begin docking with that other drone. There we go. So the trick is, as you're leaving the boxes, you need to target highlight the next drone. Do pregnant hippopotami fly well? I have no frame of reference. I suppose, if one cast a pregnant hippopotamus into zero gravity, with enough thrusters, even a pregnant hippopotamus would be adequately controllable. But, I don't think we want to test that theory all that much. Alright, come on. Ah! Maneuver already! Oh, well. Looks like we'll have to select that hopper differently. There we go. Here we go. Let's do this. Let's see. With enough thrust, even a brick will fly, I think is a very popular saying. Okay, here we go. We have alignment with the center of the hopper. Undocking, rotating around, and coming back to the next container. Oh. Come on. No, we don't want the Corvette. We want drone 2. There we go. 2 minutes left. We may be able to accomplish this. I can't think of any vehicles in many time periods to which the brick vehicle analogy would apply. Indeed. I think that is very common. Very common for many vehicles to have to essentially be only functioning by the grace of their engines. I would say that many of the classic muscle cars of the 20th century did not have very good aerodynamics, nor even handling to some extent, due to the primitive nature of their suspensions, and thus would perhaps be candidates for this particular analogy. Let's see here. Wingmates, what is your favorite muscle car of the mid-20th century? Particularly American ones in question. Let's see here. Cargo drone 0. There we go. Lock onto that and begin docking. Hopefully you'll be able to complete this mission now. Vehicles like that run on love alone. Things that struggle against physics aggressively. Cannons do use the brick analogy indeed, Sir Dreener.
3 down. 1 more to go.
Don't you tell me that, instructor, because I do not want to know. I do not want to know about the time I have left. Let's see here. Let's see, of the muscle cars that I know, I think that, I have a special place in my heart for the Plymouth Duster, due to having had a chance to work on one, or at least a replica of one in my past. But that is a very interesting as far as muscle cars go, because it is not as popular as something like a Mustang or a Charger, but at the same time it does still represent with it the fundamental nature of a muscle car. Right, 7 seconds left. I hope that we can make it into the hopper. 4, 3, 2, 1. Do not fail me!
I'm sorry, you're out of time.
I accomplished the objectives, instructor. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 1 second left. Ooh. Ooh, this is something else. This is something else. This is torment. Oof. It is amazing. It is only one mission of this that is tilting me. As if I was using guns, this would be a lot less of an issue. Come on, come on. Just give me the containers already. You really do have to save every possible second by selecting the next container preemptively, by knowing where the gate is, and by exiting the docking cutscene the moment it is ready. I would like to shoot the instructor indeed, Spooky, and I think I will do that after I complete the mission. I will gun them down, hopefully. Alright, there we go.
The timer is running.
Alright, so we select the next box immediately. Nope, that is not the next box. No, did I? I destroyed the other box. I destroyed the other box. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. Let's see. Cargo drone 5. Targeting that one, F8. At the very least, I am very much learning the combos for docking and the escape. And the escape key. Boxing is hard life. That is a good way of putting this. Whew. They really wanted to show off that they were using a proper physics engine for this, didn't they? And they really wanted to make you suffer and optimize your docking procedures here. Why can't I go back to salvaging, you know, a Dreadnought Corvette? Why can't I do that? Alright, come on, come on, give me the docking. Please, give me the final lock-on with the clang. And... there we go. Okay. You have to hit the escape key or else bad things will happen, is what I've learned. And that box nearly exploded without even my intervention. That is something else right there. That is something else. Okay, let's align our crosshair here. Okay, our alignment is adequate. Hitting undock and turning around. Alright, going to the next box. Here we go. Beginning docking. Come on, come on, come on. Here we go. Please just dock already. Alright, so at least that box made it into the container. Alright, almost there. Almost there. Come on, come on, come on. And there we go. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, no, that's the next box. I needed to turn the other way. You really do have to optimize this mission down to the last second because the docking controls are so gratuitously bad. Okay, so that drone is there. I'm going to have to grab the next drone. There we go. That one's 2,000 meters away. Here we go. I may simply skip this mission, as long as it's not blocking my path to continuing the campaign. Right, undocking, turning around. And where is the next drone here? There it is. Beginning auto dock. Hopefully we'll have enough time. No, 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 that's the wrong drone. We've basically failed already. One last attempt. One last attempt. Alright, here we go. One last attempt. Ooh. I did not realize this would be an endurance stream, wingmates. Alright. Let's find the containers. Begin docking procedures. Thank you for your confidence, Sardriner. I appreciate it. Hopefully this second level timing will be a little bit easier sooner. Ooh. This appears to be a matter of pride at this point. Indeed it is, Spooky. Indeed it is. I've had to do something similar in my training for Independent Starship Operator, and I passed it on my first try. For whatever reason, this particular operation, especially with the countdown timer, is rather stressful. Come on, come on, come on. Get me connected already. Come on, come on, come on, come on. We are utilizing optimal procedures here. What is taking you so long? Alright, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And I need to hit escape as soon as possible. Let's finish the docking. There we go.
The timer is running.
There we go. Aligning ourselves to the drop-off point. Here we go. And setting this up. Alright, we have a clear shot to the ring. Undocking. And we need to go to the next drone. Alright. Let's get to the next drone as quickly as possible. Hitting the docking button. There we go. Getting our alignment. What are you... No, 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 no. What are you docking to? No! I'm done, wingmates. I'm gonna have to come back to this in a little bit here. Let's do routine patrol. Oh, this game, wingmates. That particular mission. That particular mission. Alright, let's see what this routine patrol is. Let's actually continue onward here.
This is your first stint as acting captain, so we expect your finest efforts. I know we have you to thank for salvaging this ship, but treat her with respect. This is an easy mission, so don't expect to see any action on your first watch.
Copy that.
The Indies have been threatening to commit acts of terrorism where it will have the greatest effect in our own backyard. So the brass are asking for frequent security patrols of sensitive sites within the solar system.
Okay. So we'll have to check some things out. Yes?
Your mission is to fly as a wing to the Corvette Tripoli on the Dawn Watch. You should follow the Tripoli's lead and stay close to her at all times.
So you literally want me to utilize autopilot here?
The Tripoli is being piloted by someone you know. Your old Academy instructor pilot, Ben Abrahams. So, I guess they drafted him again.
Were you supposed to tell me that?
And you'll do fine.
What is this office gossip? And also, now I have a name to the person who is causing me suffering. Ben Abrahams. Okay. Alright then, let's undock.
This is Salt Lake Navy Base Space Traffic Control to CNV 301, Dreadnought. We have you guys docked on Pier 5, Dreadnought. You are clear for departure.
Please let me go.
This is the Tripoli calling the Dreadnought. Dreadnought, meet you at the rendezvous waypoint.
Copy that, Tripoli. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, oh, whoa, 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 whoa! What happened there? Okay, I don't know what happened there, but something just exploded. Okay, let's go meet up with the Tripoli. Here we go. Although he does sound different than the instructor that was making us throw around boxes, so I'm not sure I should throw my anger at Ben Abrahams here. Okay, let's simply utilize the formation autopilot, and that should automate most of this mission for us. And that will automatically put us within the correct, I suppose, objectives. So what I'm hearing is, now that you know the person you hate is flying, are you motivated to let his ship get blown to hell? I might be willing, if this does turn out to be the instructor, I might be willing to not back him up when things go to hell. Ah, here we go. We are now in formation.
Dreadnought, this is the Tripoli. Glad you could make it. We have orders to do the usual routine patrol bit. You'll be my wingman, so I expect you to stay close and don't do anything heroic without my say-so. I'm getting a distress beacon. It's worth checking out.
Ah. I see, Ben Abraham. You are say-so when you say so. Ugh.
We're going into LGS. Stay close.
I have auto-formate online, so I should be close to you at all times, my friend. Yes, as you can see, I am very much close to you. Alright, he is accelerating within LDS. Alright. Oh yes, there is time compression. I should check how that works. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. We have reached at least one of our waypoints. Oh. What is happening with you, Tripoli? What the heck is that? What in the world is that?
Dreadnought, the transport is in a bad state. External comms are down. I suggest you dock with the ship.
Oh, I see. Oh, that sounds like hell. You want me to dock with that? Alright. Whatever you say, Captain. Yeah, that is a very strange noise. Oh my goodness.
Message repeat. Mayday. This is the Emmerich Pressburger. We've been attacked by unidentified ships near the Environmental Control Drone 3. We're facing a serious reactor problem. Please, furnish assistance.
I've furnished assistance.
This is the Commonwealth Navy vessel Dreadnought. We have docked with your ship. Please evacuate all personnel.
Copy that. The Emmerich Pressburger. That is a name for a ship.
Crew are aboard, and the transport looks ready to blow.
Well, that could have been us. I'm glad it wasn't.
We're going to check out the EC drone. Follow me.
Alright, formating with the Tripoli. This is starting to get a little bit spooky. Ah, there is Mars or Earth. I can't tell which planet that is. That might be Earth, actually. Come on, Tripoli, hang in there. $2,000 kilometers away, 24,000 kilometers away. That's a lot of numbers going on there. Alright, looks like we are approaching the next destination, which is an environmental control drone meant for terraforming. I think they might be terraforming Mars or another planet. So let's exit formation so we can actually get a little closer to the Tripoli. We're gonna fly this one manually. Wow, that is enormous for being 34 kilometers away from us. Let's accelerate a little bit here to catch up with the Tripoli. 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 4. And we're gonna drop back now.
Approaching environmental control drone 3.
That is do you call that a drone? That is enormous.
Hey, they shouldn't be there. Looks like 2 indie ships.
Where?
Hey, they're firing.
Where? Indie ships out here? Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa!
The Tripoli is down. One
Whoa, whoa.
bogey moving to attack, second bogey making a run for it.
Which one's running?
Engage this guy here. If we're quick enough, we can catch the other bogey before he makes it to the Lagrange target.
Excuse me, where's my targeting systems? Alright, here we go. First combat. He's down to 90% damage, and he's dead.
That's 1 bogey down.
Alright. Next bogey. Let's formate with him. Oh. Here we go. We are engaging LDS. And they said we wouldn't have a contact in this routine patrol. Indeed it is heating up, Dual Bore. Hopefully he won't be able to jump. We are pushing LDS. We overshot him. LDS is dropping back. If he makes it to the jump point, he'll be able to escape the system. But otherwise, he is trapped here. Let's see here if we can accomplish another objective. A bonus objective. Alright. Come on, Journey. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, let's get this thing. Come on, come on, come on. 7 kilometers. We need to be within 4 kilometers in order to get optimal gunfire. Switching to targeting. Alright, we should start damaging his shields now. There we go. We're getting hits. Come on, give me some hits. What is with my gunnery on this ship? It's atrocious. And why is he not firing back?
This is Admiral Goodenough to Dreadnought. We have been monitoring your situation. I am sorry to report to you that Captain Abrahams has been confirmed dead. Please stand down and return to Salt Lake Base.
Well, looks like we didn't even have to kill Captain Abrahams ourselves. He was killed by the Indies. Okay, we've completed all of our objectives.
I was sorry to see Abrahams go. It was a bad omen. I didn't realize it at the time, but it was just a taste of the trouble to come.
Yeah, it appears that things are not as they seem. Okay, so let's try nav docking again. But this time I think I'm going to exact vengeance first before I do anything else. Alright, where is the instructor? Where's Corvette? There's the Corvette. Hello, instructor. Bringer of pain. How would you like it if I brought some pain for you? Just gonna fire some missiles at you.
You were supposed to be shooting the ships on the enemy side.
Clay, I don't think you realized what he did to me. He made me throw boxes in a hopper. Have you not been watching, Clay? Have you not been watching how he's been abusing his instructor's privileges? Ugh. Even Clay doesn't understand me. Nobody understands me, wingmates. There we go. Alright, let's try that again. Let's try these blasted boxes. Maybe we'll be able to get them one day. Alright, here we go. Let's begin docking. Okay. So autopilot dock has been engaged on the last box, but I've selected the next box in line. Hopefully that will work. Let's see here. Let's switch to a better mode. Oh, so wingmates, so this triangle down here that you see in the lower left is it's a power distribution triangle. So basically you can fiddle with it using control plus the arrow keys to give you either more shield power, more drive power, or more gun power. And you can also center it to be balanced. So you do have that option too of balancing your various weapon systems. Okay, here we go. Oh, what was that? Come on, come on.
Okay, you're docked. The timer is running.
There we go. Let's get this sorted out here. Hopefully this time we will pass it, because we were 1 second shy of the previous target. And undocking now. Turning around and going to the next one. Here we go. 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 5 kilometers, initiating autopilot docking. There we go. Dirk, welcome to the convoy. Not too much is up. I have simply been suffering from this boxes mission from training for Independence War. Although we just had our first taste of combat by destroying an Indie tug that was sabotaging a cargo drone that was being utilized for terraforming. What is happening? Why am I not... Did the docking not work? I told the autopilot to dock. Oh my goodness, and we can't complete the mission now because we have simply wasted too much time. Amazing. Amazing, there is no leeway here. Alright, here we go. Let's try that again. So, dock with that one. But then we select that one as our next target. There we go. That should be a little bit better. Let's select the proper nav view. There we go. Let's see if we can do external camera view. Contact view. Chase view. Let's go back to internal view. Oh no, oh no. Did it cancel docking? Did I get too cocky? Oh no, it canceled docking. Oh, I'm doomed, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. I cannot complete this. Literally nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong in this bloody mission. And this, they call this training. I guess it is training me, to be very precise, but it is infuriating at the same time. Alright, dock with that. Switch to the next target. Please function. Please function. Just do what I ask. Just behave. That's all I want from you. I'm starting to think that perhaps these three-dimensional nav buoys are not, or nav spheres are not the best. Like this one here. come on, come on. Let's see, toggle HUD level of detail. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. You cannot play this game without the manual, wingmates. You absolutely must have the controls available to you. Okay, so I can press escape the moment we are docked. Come on, please dock, please dock, please dock. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Okay, you're docked. The timer is running.
All right. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's not mess this up again, wingmates. Let's not mess this up again. Okay. Getting a bead on the hopper. Undocking, turning around. And we're going to go to the next one, and we're going to dock with it. And we should be under it to dock with it. Come on, come on, come on. Bring us in. Bring us in.
That's one.
Okay, that one got in. Ooh. This is some intense stress. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Please dock already. Okay. Let's get to the hopper again. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, cargo drone 2 is 400 meters away. Excellent. So let's get within at least basic alignment. Alright, we are aligned, undocking, and turning around. There we go. And beginning docking procedure for number 3. It's very tight in what sense would you say, Dirk? Timing tight or tight controls? Because the controls are surprisingly good, it's just that this mission in particular is just nasty. They managed to allow very good lateral controls, even with the default keybinds. I've never had to do any custom key binding for this particular game. Yeah, the mechanics are rather tight. It's just this mission, they really should have given you at least 30 more seconds or so. And then it would have been rather functional. Alright. There we go, let's get to the hopper. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. We have alignment, undocking, turning around, and getting the last container. Alright, there we go. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me a docking. Please, please get me a docking. The mechanics are a lot better in combat, I'll be honest. No! 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 Oh, no! That one was not on target. That one was not on target. And we have failed the mission, wingmates, because that one is drifting off helplessly into oblivion. Great. Great. I think I'm never gonna come back to this mission. Just a little bit of misalignment. Alright, let's see if we can grab that one. Wait, why is there 3 minutes of time left? What? I don't understand. What does that even mean? Why are there 3 minutes of time? And we bonked the other crate. I don't understand. I truly don't understand. Why did I suddenly obtain 3 extra minutes of time? No. We want to dock with that. I just wanted to see my objectives. Let's see, briefing. No, objectives. Okay, come on. Come on, get the docking complete. Let's see. We are on... Wait. Why did the autopilot disengage? Come on, don't waste my time here. Please just dock with it. I need to get this in the hopper. Come on. Okay, there we go. Now where the heck is the hopper? There's the hopper. And I have no idea where the other crate is. It may have exploded outright. But we have 2 minutes left that we are not going to forget. Alright. Let me get a proper alignment on this. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, there we go. Oh. Alright, come on, come on. Wait, no, there's only one side to the hopper. Blast it. Oh, this is not good. Alright, turning around here. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Please enter the blasted crate.
3 down. 1 more to go.
And you didn't give me more time. Well, we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it even though we had a bit more time. Some of our auto-docking issues have prevented a victory, but maybe the game is glitched, and I'm really hoping that it's glitched. Something's happening with the timer, and I don't know exactly what, but it may be of benefit to us to just continue onward and see what happens when the timer runs out again. But what happened? I don't even know how that happened. Let's see, Engineer's Console. I was mashing all sorts of buttons, so maybe I'll keep mashing buttons, and things may go right for us. But we'll know soon enough if we failed this particular mission again. Was it that I hit escape? Or did I somehow manage to... Oh. Oh, no, I accidentally exited the mission anyways. Well, that's fine. Alright, let's do Gatekeeper, which was the next mission available to us. There we go. This should actually be the proper campaign.
One of our outposts is suffering at the hands of Indie hostiles, who attack after jumping in at the nearby Lagrange point. We need to reinforce the defense of the outpost, so we are installing one of these.
They're installing one of what?
It is in effect an artificial asteroid, and it is unmanned. The Gunstar is fitted with multiple automatic cannon. These
That looks
high-powered
threatening.
cannon fire 2 gigawatt particle beam bursts at rapid discharge rates. We use Gunstars to surround a Lagrange point. The firepower is great enough to take out any unwanted incoming ships. Frankly, they are a much more cost-effective way of protecting a Lagrange point than keeping a ship on permanent patrol.
Jeez, you are very honest. I was not expecting this.
A team of engineers is installing a cluster of 4 Gunstars surrounding the problem Lagrange point in the Ross 128 system. While they are offline, the Gunstars are vulnerable to attack. Your mission is to oversee the final installation and activation of these units. You will then assist the engineers in the final installation and live tests. The engineers will need to dock and commission each Gunstar before they will activate. You must defend the location from any attack until all 4 Gunstars are operational. We've had word that the Indies know we're installing new defenses, so be on your guard.
Alright, so there should be Indie interlopers that are trying to prevent this from happening. Okay, remain until relieved. Very simple objective.
This is the engineering tug Suez calling the Dreadnought. Welcome to the Ross Gateway. And say hello to my boys. The last of the Gunstars arrived only a few hours ago. All the stars been placed in position and are fully set up. The only thing required now is for me to fit the arming key to them all. It should only take a few minutes. Suez out.
Alright, Suez, copy that. We have no hostiles on radar yet. What are you doing, Suez? Let's take a look here. Let's use our thrusters and check out what you're doing. Okay, so Suez has to dock to each and every one of them and actually arm them. There we go.
Tug coming through the point. ND markings.
That's not good. See this. Oh, see this. He is not even putting up a resistance. There we go.
This is the Suez. We're moving on to the second Gunstar.
Well, you better move faster because these indies really don't want this activated. And they are getting desperate here. We're gonna have to pull back a little bit here. Give ourselves a bird's eye view of the Lagrange point as they're popping through it. I don't think they're gonna be coming out from the externals. Let's see, what other tugs do we have here? Oh no, we just have stations. We do have an outpost somewhere here. Nope, it's all just Gunstars. Gunstars, Gunstars, Gunstars. How many star stations do they have here? They have 5 Gunstars on station, actually. I thought there would only be 4. Alright, let's see here.
Contacts. ND Patcoms.
Oh, that. Oh.
This is the Suez.
Ooh.
We're staying put until you can make things safer for us.
Alright, Suez, copy that. Ooh, okay, they are firing missiles at us. That particular Patcom has moved on. So we're going to turn around and get the other one. Alright. He's fired a missile at us. There we go. Alright, here we go. Well, now this is a dogfight. With some fun Newtonian physics. Let's slow ourselves down a little bit here. They're pulling away from the Gunstar since they know they are outclassed. We are taking a beating. We want to pull away from here. Alright. Let's pull away. And we're flipping around and doing a hard burn backwards. Where's the nearest weapon? Come on. Give me a weapons lock. Alright, Alpha's coming in. We're gonna give him a pass through here. There we go. The particle cannon is much better at close range. Come on. Come on. Alright, there we go. Got him. There we're right. Switching to missiles. Let's give him some missiles here. I doubt we'll be dealing with too many indies. Come on, come on. Yep, we gave him some serious damage. That should slow him down. The nice thing is, ships do actually start losing capabilities as you damage them. Excellent. There we go.
Second Gunstar online.
Perfect. So now the indies will not want to
Moving on
engage
the
there.
third platform.
Alright. Alright. Whew. Okay, I'm liking how this is heating up. So there are 4 Gunstars, and there's an outpost somewhere else. Where's the 5th Gunstar? Suez is docking. Let's see here. Gunstar 309. Oh, that's the outpost. Oh, so it's just a station out there. And I think the Indies were beginning to attack the station. Alright, let's see here. Come on, Indies. Come at me. I am ready for you. Whew. Oh! What are those? More Patcoms! Ooh. Weapon inbound! Cycling hostiles. Come on, come on. Give me a hostile. Whoop. Come here, come here. Wait a minute. That one was almost disabled. We need to knock him out. Oh, weapon control damaged. We need to pull away from the field. Alright, let's see here. Engineering, we have taken quite a bit of damage here. So we need to make our way out of here. Damn! Alright, we are escaping this missile. We are dodging and weaving to the best of our ability. Ooh! Alright, let's take a look at the nearest hostile. Flipping around. Repairs are ongoing. We are out of power. The reactor has no ring. The ring is down. 4 seconds till the ring is repaired. No, ring is 41 seconds away. LDS lower is damaged. We only have top LDS, or defensive system. No fire control. Looks like we're... Ooh! Luckily our shielding absorbed that missile. Alright, let's take a look at what's going on here. Ring is online, but it is not fully repaired. Our aft PCB is damaged. Alright, let's see here. Looks like Delta wants to duel us, so we're going to go for Delta here. Come here, buddy. Let's see how you like this. 5 kilometers, 4. Let's dodge that missile. And we're doing a swing around here. Alright, Delta's taking some serious damage. We should be able to dodge that missile as long as we keep our orientation correct. There we go. Delta's down. Gamma's coming in. He's coming into 6 kilometers and he is accelerating away. Nope, he's getting closer. Thrusting sideways. There we go. He was going at us very quickly. Alright, come on, Gamma. I know you indie scum like to duel like this. You want to be the first one to take down a Navy Corvette, don't you? Come on, come on. I'm gonna use a missile on this, I think. Soften him up a little bit more. That should be the end of him. There we go.
That's 3 online. 1 more to go.
Exchange? What is exchange? Let's see, what is approach here? Alright, we need to get back to the combat area ASAP. Come on, give me a burn. Crank up the LDS. Give me 7 kilometers a second. And dropping out of LDS. So what the hell is Exchange doing? Is he hacking the Gunstar? He might be hacking the Gunstar. What kind of a name is Exchange for a ship anyways? Oh, that is a lot of hostiles. And they are going for the Gunstars. They're trying to escape the Gunstars. Let's target the nearest hostile. This is going to be a bit of a... This is not a cakewalk. Too many of them. Alright, swinging around. Let's see if we can get him. Dropping speed to half a click a second. There we go. There we go. Busting them up real good. Letting our guns cool down. There we go, got him. Targeting nearest hostile. Oh. Ooh. What happened there? Alright, we need to burn hard. Gotta knock out that missile. Alright. Let's get the nearest hostile. There we go. Knocked him out. Let's go for Beta here. Beta's in 3,000 meters. We can tank him. He can't tank us. Ooh. That missile did did a job though on us. Alright. Power is coming back online. But we do not have much when it comes to gun capabilities right now. We only have aft PCB functioning. Come on, come on. Give me a forward PCB. One of the things is there is no shield coverage on the we have to basically keep pointing our top to the enemy, or else our shields won't work. Are repairs complete? Yeah, repairs are almost complete. So now we can begin a attack maneuver here. Here we go, coming in, slowing down. Slowing down to 200. Let's see here, what's he gonna do? In a gun duel, we will win. We have a superior craft. Alright, we've got his belly. He has no shielding on the belly. There we go.
Dreadnought, all gun starts have been armed and are now online. Thanks for your assistance. If you don't mind, we're getting the heck out of here.
Good call, Suez. So the Gunstars should be able to help us handle these indies. Ooh. Alright, we need to burn out of here. We are getting hammered. Too many indies all at once. Ooh, that is not looking good. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, our ring is damaged. That is not good. We are adrift, wingmates. We have no thruster control whatsoever. We have no comms, we have no thruster control. We are very heavily damaged here. Let's see, we have no power. And we are being hammered. Oh, that's not good. Oh, not good, not good, not good. We got too cocky. And we are not going to be able to escape this one. I think I might undock the command module here. There we go. So, the Dreadnought exploded. So let's see what our objectives are here. And my controls have jammed up. Wonderful. Okay, so the game is basically broken itself. Alright, we're gonna have to quit the entire game because the game is straight up broken right now. Whew. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, apologies, wingmates. Sometimes this this sort of thing is really unstable. And, of course, it crashed some other software on the simulated rig. Let's restart that. There we go. My goodness, my goodness. Coming back online. Unlike our ship, which completely ate it. Most impressive how bad that damage was. Most impressive. Alright. So, why don't we return to that, wingmates? I think I will do at least one more mission at present. Oh. Allow me to take one small hydration break, though, before I go back to that. How is everyone doing? I apologize for the slight amount of madness with this particular game, but I did not expect those crates to be such a challenge, and for the game to have so many glitches. I did actually lower the frame rate per sec, or the frames per second, to 30, because the physics and gunnery simulations are actually tied to frame rate, as is often the case in older games. Ah, excellent hydration. Always a reprieve. Life support is now coming back online. There we go. Ooh, all right. I think I'll try to complete that mission and call it that. But then I may actually want to draw a little bit. I am feeling like doing a touch of art actually. Maybe designing a ship with you. Right. Let's try that mission one more time. Unlike Free Space, this game is a bit of a gonad buster. So, if I could describe it that way. Let's see here. All right, let's try that again. And the mouse is now working, luckily. All right, Gatekeeper it is. Let's play that mission. All right, and here we go.
This is the engineering tug Suez calling the Dreadnought. Welcome to the Ross Gateway. And say hello to my boys. The last of the gun stars arrived only a few hours ago. All the stars been placed in position and are fully set up. The only thing required now is for me to fit the arming key to them all. It should only take a few minutes. Suez out.
I really do like the voice acting in this simulation. They give everybody their own character, and it's not phoned in. And if it is sounding phoned in, it's appropriate to the character in question. So I do appreciate the efforts they've put into this. It is quite surprising, to be honest. Alright, Suez, you do your business, I will do mine. And I really like that there is this primitive lens flare effect, which is just shaded polygons floating in the window. Alright. Yep, here we go. Alright, switching to combat mode. There we go. Got him. Excellent.
This is the Suez. We're moving on to the second gun star.
Copy that, Suez. Please activate that as soon as possible. Alright. Come on, come on. Get a move on. So sticking around the gun stars is a recipe for being swarmed by indies because they will target the most vulnerable ship. But at the same time, the gun stars will keep us safe, relatively speaking. Alright, come on, come on. Where's the next indie batch? I want to knock him out. I do like that dogfighting, though. Let's see. Do these controls actually do what they're supposed to do? No, they don't. They moved it all to M.
Contacts. Indie Pancoms.
This is the Suez. We're staying put until you can make things safer for us.
Oh. Time to pull out. We are getting swarmed here. Come on, hit that missile. I really don't like these missiles. The nice thing is you can shoot missiles down, but it's not always guaranteed. Alright. Let's duel Beta here. Alright, he's coming within 4, slowing ourselves down. Alright, come on, Beta. And they launched more missiles. The missiles are much harder to hit simply because they are quite far away. Come on, come on, come on. We're going for Alpha, as opposed to the other one. Alright, swinging around, going for Alpha. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Alright, swinging back around. Alpha is dead in the water. His thrusters are shot. So we're going to slow down and simply hammer away at him. There we go. Beta is attacking the Gunstars. Let's catch him unawares. Alright, closing into 10. We need to get to 4 for our PCBs to be totally effective, which is something you have to find in the manual. There we go. Come on, come on. Yeah, you're just sitting there, buddy. That's what happens when your thrusters are offline. Alright, excellent. He's down.
Second Gunstar online.
I know you're activating
We're
them.
moving on to the third platform.
Suez, I know you're activating them, but you're not doing all that much. Добро пожаловать, Фрей, добро пожаловать в конвой. Я не так часто сейчас, конечно, могу стрим делать, так что, собственно, из-за этого мы давно уже не виделись. Okay, Suez, get to the Gunstar. I am getting really antsy because these indies are out for blood. Come on, come on. Pulling back here. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, indies, come on out. We're definitely going to have to run from the massive swarm that comes out towards the end of this mission. They are simply far too damaging for us to deal with. Come on, come on. We will have to use the Gunstars to our advantage.
Multiple hostiles.
Incoming hostiles. Только 3 раза в месяц. У меня примерно то же самое с количеством стримов. Oh, nope, 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 nope. I got too cocky. We are getting out of here. Alright, pulling away, pulling away. Initiating LDS. Let's get out of here. There we go. Alright. So essentially, we went to absurd speeds, wingmates, in order to escape enemy attack, since we were quite outnumbered. Let's see, where are the enemy tugs and all of that? Alright, let's slow down here. There we go. Let's go back to the Gunstars. Let's see. And we'll drop our velocity immediately. Oh, okay, here, let's see. Switching axis, roll axis. There we go. And we are back out of LDS, and we have mostly repaired our vessel. So we're going to actually hold here by the Gunstars, so that we may at least have an opportunity to use them to help us defend against these enemy vessels. We'll have them come to us, rather than the other way around. Alright, let me see here. PATCOM's inbound. Gonna have to fire some missiles here. Alright, switching back to guns. Let's do a sweep around here. Ooh! What happened there? Why is everything almost destroyed? Going to LDS. We need to escape. Alright. We should not be attacked in LDS.
О, значит, только в русской комьюнити тот месяц был очень плохим. У тебя секретная причина, или можешь рассказать? О, а чего у меня сообщение чата не образовалось?
Интересно. Я не знаю, что с чатом сейчас происходит. We have power again, so I'm going to drop us out of LDS. Alright, here we go. We have no maneuver, though. We need to go back to LDS. Okay, we are repairing our primary systems. Понятно. Извиняюсь, я сейчас малость у меня это сложновато здесь, так что... Окей. Так. Что у меня тут происходит? Извиняюсь. Alright, wingmates, give me a second here. I will get Gamma shortly. There we go. Let's knock out Gamma here. Can maybe a PATCOM? Oh. There we go. We have him disabled. So we should be able to knock him out. Oh. Wow. This is just not our night today.
Ладненько, я только не работаю, на работу еду. Так что прощайся. Если что-то понадобится, я всегда в Дискорде. Спасибо большое, спасибо большое. Извиняюсь. Желаю удачи на работе.
Okay, well, looks like you know, it's a rather appropriate, wingmates, that the indies are actually managing to win their independence right now, which is rather surprising. All right, so I think I'm going to terminate the simulation for now because I'm clearly not showing these indies what I'm made out of. So there are actually two modes that you can play this particular game in. You can play it in either arcade or you can play it in simulation. And simulation means that you have no special advantages over the enemy ships, other than the sheer class of vessel that you may have, such as a corvette versus a PATCOM. And that means that you will struggle sometimes. So that is one of the nice things about Independence War. It is a game that keeps a very raw level of challenge because it tries to be a simulation and not an arcade shooter. The way that Free Space is to some extent, where the behavior of AI and the statistics of AI is oftentimes different depending on. All right. Let's see here. So, I think that I will actually do a little bit of drawing, I think, in order to, I suppose, cool off here. So, allow me to fire up Krita, wingmates. 1 second, please. I will have that up shortly. Terminate the game capture, and there we go. All right, fantastic. I have adjusted some settings, so hopefully Krita will behave a lot better now, as opposed to how it did previously. Okay, 1 second, please. Let's see here. Let's get ourselves back into the proper setup for utilizing Krita. I think I will do some sketches, or perhaps even criticize some other sci-fi designs. All right, let's see here. Okay. So I think I would actually like to talk about the Dreadnought herself in terms of how that particular design is done. Now, the manual actually had some good images, so let me pull one of those up right now. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm opening up the manual. Let's see here. There we go. Where is a good schematic of the Dreadnought? Because I know there was a good schematic in the manual. 1 second, please. I am taking a look for it right now. Let's see, we have a good PATCOM. Don't have a good Defiant. Oh yes, we're gonna do some artistic endeavors in order to calm down. Let's see here. Since I am a little bit butt flustered, as they would say, at my performance with the simulation right now, but I do enjoy it. But I do know that I am not at my peak performance at the moment, so I think I will have to try again another time in order to complete those scenarios. Independence War 2 is a lot easier, so I definitely think that we can we can come back to that one too. Okay, you know what? Let's try something a little different. We have all those days, Spacey Boy. Indeed we do, indeed we do. So, wingmates, how about we do something a little involved? Well, not involved. Would you like to design a vessel where you have inputs as to its size, its role, its generalized armament style, and I suppose just other things? Essentially, a ship for wingmates, or what wingmates would like to see drawn in a ship, and I will do my best to replicate that. All right, let's delete that. Let me get the pen that I prefer. There we go. There it is. All right. So let's see here. So yeah, let's do ship design. Go. Ship design. All right. So I'm gonna change this to, I guess, art as a category. So we are no longer playing Independence. Go. So let's see here. What kind of ship would we like to do? A fast interceptor. Gas. Okay. You're fond of vertical designs rather than flat, horizontal styles. Ah, Noosey Goosey, welcome to the convoy. Okay, so, yeah, the things we want to think about are primarily role, military versus civilian, general size or tonnage, cost, let's see here, tech level, so be that primitive, relatively speaking, for space flight, average, or advanced, something like that. TK, welcome to the convoy, good to see you here. Let's see, general layout, as in we could have a classical cylindrical or conical layout. We could have a spheroid. We could have a donut-shaped ship, such as a torioidal vessel. We could have a design that is meant for something a little bit unusual. And so right now the suggestions so far are a fast interceptor. There we go. And we have a vertical design of some sort. Okay. So let's see here. Any other suggestions, wingmates? I am more than open to almost anything at the present time. Whatever sorts of ideas that you have. Let's see. So, typically military vessels have a lot more leeway in their design, but civilian vessels can also be rather interesting. Simply because civilian vessels are oftentimes they do not require any kind of armoring. They don't have to think about incredible accelerations necessarily, and they can be suited to various purposes that are rather unusual. So one such an oddball example would be a mining vessel for asteroids, primarily utilized to attach to them and essentially act as a drive. Now, but military does, of course, offer the option to arm something. So a fast interceptor, since that is the idea that is present now, if we think about it. Military and small to medium size. We got to be fast, of course. Okay, let's go with that. So let's go with something that is fast and is military and of a small dimension. The roll interceptor. So I guess let's think about what interceptor means right now. Means in the sense of 20th to 21st century thinking, because that seems to be the common way of looking at it. An interceptor is a role, but it's a role that can be used to describe aircraft. Now, those aircraft would generally have what I would describe as certain features that come with their role. So an interceptor will have high endurance to some extent. Actually, no. That would be more like an interdictor. So an interceptor in its role is something that is scrambled to attack. It is something that rises to an immediate threat. So translating this to what we need to think about, it means that we don't necessarily need to have high delta V. Let's see, so high delta V is something we don't necessarily need. And yes, we would also want to have the capability to, we need high firepower, definitely. So we need high firepower. Low endurance. So this is not a patrol craft. Simply because this should be essentially only utilized for tasks. Higher degree of maneuverability. Yes, that would also help to be able to outmaneuver the enemy. So high maneuver. Let's see here. What else would represent an interceptor? Probably a good comm suite or good sensors. Now, while this may not be pertinent to a interceptor fighter of the Second World War, even then, interceptor night fighters ended up having good sensors relative to their peers because they were some of the first craft to actually mount self-sufficient radar. And sensors are important for good targeting solutions and for communicating with command, simply because an interceptor is oftentimes very much in touch with the operations center. So let's see here. Let's see. I think we are getting pretty much most of the roles that we want for this particular design. Usually poor against other fighters, but excellent against bombers and the like. Well, so Lysianus, I guess, so sort of in my experience as a spacer, the fighter and bomber is sort of a strange category due to the difficulties that having a human being inside of a high G accelerating craft provides, and this limits the effectiveness of those sorts of roles. In essence, you end up having drones with different sorts of armaments like autocannons and lasers, and the role of bomber is almost taken on by missile. So this should be able to intercept munitions. So anti-munitions. And I would say that in this regard, we should also probably have high directional armor. So what this means is that this craft should be able to withstand the retribution that, or the defensive firepower of a craft that is being intercepted. But because the endurance is meant to be low, we don't necessarily need good armor all around.
Я ведь ушла совсем ненадолго. Что началось-то? Я сейчас думаю рисовать, потому что у меня сейчас эффективность в игре не очень хорошая, так что я уж решил что-то малость другое сделать. Твой почерк — это нечто. Он ужасный, особенно на таблетке. Это, к сожалению, проблема.
Probably manned by one or maybe two at the very most for a gunner position. So the amount of crew, I would say, is not necessarily indicative, especially if you want this to be on standby. I would almost consider an interceptor to not necessarily be a small craft. It doesn't have to be enormous, such as a cruiser's type craft, which is larger for its intended role. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy the language transmission, Strategos. Okay, so let me add another layer here, and I'm going to hide that one. So we have all of these characteristics, which I'm going to make vaguely opaque, and I'm going to attempt to make my handwriting a little bit better. Okay, so what I think I would like to see in this interceptor is... So what shape do we want to use? If we're going to use directional armor, we probably want a conical shape, or at least something akin to that, or something that is more easily armored directionally. So, and also in light of maneuverability, we probably also do want a conical shape, or at least a cylindrical one. So let's start with a rough idea. So here we have our typical conical layout, which we can alter as we see fit. So, for an interceptor, we definitely want a high level of firepower. So what we will want to mount. So high firepower means that we should be able to punch through armor that is above our weight class. And I think for this, we will want to either use a plasma railgun, or a particle beam. Perhaps not a laser, due to the relatively low damage for the amount of energy you have to put into it. So laser would be questionable, especially considering how effective many forms of armor are against it, and also how much heat would have to be dumped for a laser to be effective. Let's see here. We could, of course, use a coil gun, coil or a rail gun with conventional slugs. But we could also use those for defensive purposes. Let's see here. I'm actually angling towards a plasma railgun. And what a plasma railgun is, in essence, it's a... Imagine if you have a tube here that is utilized for the formation of a plasma toroid. So what you have is one electrode, and inside of it another electrode, like this. And it sort of looks like this when you look head on. So this is the outer electrode, and this is the inner electrode. And in here is a surface where you will have a plasma toroid formed. Now, allow me to grab a different color. And a plasma toroid, what that is it's essentially a donut of plasma. And it would essentially be something like this. So normally plasma, especially if you eject it out as a gas, what is plasma? Plasma is essentially it's the fourth state of matter, at least canonically. Fourth state of matter. And I would essentially, oh my goodness, I need to cut down the width of this. It's the fourth state of matter, and I would also describe it as gas, but hotter. And because it is essentially gas, but it is so hot to the point that your nucleus here, with the electrons that normally inhabit a probability field around any given nucleus, and a nucleus composed of neutrons and protons, those electrons are stripped away in a plasma. And this makes plasma incredibly conductive. It makes it very good for having electricity travel through it. So much so that within itself, plasma can have currents. Plasma can have various eddies. And when you have the change of electrically charged components, so the delta of electrons, the change of electrons, that is what creates magnetic fields. Apologies, wingmates. Let's see here. Mag fields. So, because plasma has a flow inside of it, it can actually be given a magnetic field. And the way a plasma railgun works is you end up forming a donut of plasma, which then travels down this barrel, being given velocity. It's imparted a velocity, while also being very light, and also having a magnetic field or essentially being given a coherent magnetic field. And that field is a self-sustaining toroid. Now, granted, it only lasts for a fraction of a second or so in most typical designs, simply due to the amounts of plasma involved. Because as this magnetic field's energy is being consumed, to maintain the integrity of the toroid. It essentially reaches a point of failure, and then the plasma turns into harmless gas, because it no longer has a coherent form. Now, the advantage of a plasma railgun is essentially as follows. The pros... Let me get a proper green color here. So the pros are that it's got high muzzle velocity. So high muzzle velocity at significant fractions of the speed of light in most typical designs. Even at 0.1 C, the sheer point and shoot capability of a plasma railgun is incredibly impressive. Also, it does very significant damage. So it has a high damage potential because the plasma toroid is typically imbued with incredible amounts of both kinetic and thermal energy. So it's got both, limited kinetic, but there is still plenty of kinetic. It's got both kinetic plus I need to make this smaller. Thermal damage. Let's see here. It requires less space and power than a particle beam. All while also giving many of the advantages of a particle beam. And the advantages of a particle beam are a very high muzzle velocity and also incredible penetration capability. Now, the disadvantages of having a plasma coil gun, the cons of a plasma coil gun, are that it generates quite a bit of waste heat, which is typical of almost anything you can describe as an energy weapon. We have quite a bit of waste heat. Let's see here. It has it's rather heavy because you require all of these coils in order to get it functioning. So it is heavy. That is one concern. And let's see, what other issues does a plasma railgun have? It is complex. Due to having to make sure that this field doesn't shred itself and that it is smoothly ejected out, you do have to use fairly complex materials and have very good computerization in order to make a plasma railgun something functional. Let's see here. What other disadvantages may a plasma railgun have? Let's see here. It definitely needs to be cooled very significantly, but railguns suffer that in general, mostly because of the waste heat. So that in essence, it's heavier and it's got quite a bit of waste heat. Now, a laser also produces quite a bit of waste heat, but it does provide you with true speed of light targeting, and it does provide for, how shall I put it, much more capability in the way you lay out a craft. So I guess it's a direct weapon. So the issue is you actually have to point it at a target. Now let me show you what I mean by lasers having an advantage here. So let's just say this is the laser's core. So a laser produces a coherent beam of light or some other sort of energy, be it ultraviolet, infrared, or in some of the other fun cases, X-rays or even gamma rays, although those lasers are typically not done using this design. But because this coherent light can actually be moved around utilizing mirrors, although you definitely have to be very careful the way you do that, because mirrors are imperfect reflectors, and you will run into issues with them heating up, so you must cool the mirrors that you use. So what you can do is you can have a laser turret with a very complicated set of optics that allows for the beam to be fired, while also keeping the laser core deeper within the ship. And you can have multiple turrets fed by a single laser core. So basically what happens is you would end up having a beam tube that travels down the vessel, the length of the vessel. And the nice thing is a beam tube does not take much mass because it is typically hollow and with a vacuum that space can maintain. And it will have a prism here or a reflector. It'll typically have a reflector, which can send the beam, once it is formed, to the various turrets. Now, you can, in some more complicated systems, you can actually split the beam to have multiple turrets fire at once, but generally you will only have one turret firing at a time. And what you would end up doing is utilizing a rather complicated reflector mechanism in a turret, which basically does this. So, because a turret rotates, you have to make sure that you do quite a number of operations to get the optics functioning correctly. So basically what would happen is the beam goes down the center core, and it would be reflected onto mirrors on the side here, and then bounced off, and then angled 90 degrees again off of another reflector mirror, which has the capability to angle up and down here. So for example, if the mirror was slightly rotated like this, we're looking at it at about a 45-degree angle, then the laser would also be shot off like that. But this allows the laser to be rotated while also keeping things from melting. So one of the things you want to do with a laser also is lasers are bulky. That is another issue that they have. All of these tubes actually have to be fairly wide relative to the actual beam, the beam itself. So if we look at a laser turret, so here is the beam mirror, the beam focusing mirror, and here's what it would look like with the various reflectors that we have. So the beam is actually this wide. It hits this mirror, bounces to the mirror here, bounces to the side mirror, and this is basically what's happening here. It goes up, bounces side, and now comes back to this mirror. But then this mirror actually collimates the beam. Now there is a minimum beam waste that happens, and that is a property of diffraction. Essentially, there is only a minimum size that you can achieve for the point of light that you focus a laser on, and that is dependent on your wavelength. No, wavelength isn't. Is wavelength L, or is it lambda is... I'd have to double check that. But essentially, the very idea is your mirror, for example, if you look at a mirror, it has this surface area. Now, because a laser a reflector mirror is imperfect at reflecting, meaning that some of the energy that is supposed to be bounced off is actually absorbed into the mirror itself. This very quickly will rise in temperature, and you need to be able to cool it. Now, if you have, for example, a very tight laser beam, the concentration of heat will become so dense and you will not be able to cool these mirrors fast enough. Not only will they warp optically, but you will also run into the issue of potentially straight up melting the mirror, because you have exceeded the cooling capability. So you must actually have very massive reflectors that are able to be cooled and where the concentration of energy is reduced. Essentially, it's the idea that when you have the same amount of energy, E, in area A versus an area 4A or something like that, the amount of energy per area is energy over A versus energy over 4A. And because we have a larger number in the denominator here, this is going to be less energy per surface unit. And that is the whole point. You want these beam tubes to be very big, you want good cooling for all of these mirrors, and you want your final focusing optic to be the one that actually creates the destructive concentration of energy, which is then targeted at the enemy armor. Now, unfortunately, because of the beam waste issue, even if your optic can theoretically get your laser to a dismally small point, you will still run into issues that your beam will begin to diffract after a certain distance of travel within the vacuum of space. So the plasma toroid actually doesn't suffer from diffraction. And basically what this means, this diffraction, this waste beam issue, and also the fact that your beam basically does this. There is a beam waste, but after that, it will start getting bigger again. And just the way that the mirrors here have a large size in order to reduce the amount of damage that they take, in addition to being supremely reflective, you do end up. This is what's going to reduce damage to the enemy, and it reduces it exponentially. So basically, at shorter ranges, your damage is very high because the concentration of energy is very high. But as you go further and further, you really drop off fast. So this is the big flaw of lasers. In order to get the same amount of damage at a distance, you need exponentially more energy. And by exponentially, I mean, 2 powers. More magnitudes of energy, just so much more of the energy can be wasted. There's a lot of waste heat. Now, granted, the diffusion curve, the weakening, and the energy loss of a plasma toroid is also intense, but it is not as intense, and it doesn't follow the same laws as a laser does. So for its effective range, a plasma coil gun is actually able to keep a significant intensity of firepower for less energy, relatively speaking. So while this is energy intensive, it is energy efficient in some sense, but it does lose the ability to really have light speed targeting and to be able to slew mirrors around very quickly. Now, one other technology that is much more expensive that I will say is a huge advantage of lasers is the phased array. If you have ever seen Star Trek, you will be aware of the phaser. And that is, I believe, something akin to phased amplification of something. But a phaser is a very real technology, wingmates. So I don't know how many of you have understand the principle of a phased array. And I hope that I'm not going over something that you may have seen before. But let's imagine we take... I think phased array radar is a good way of describing this. So let's just say we have something we want to scan with a radar. Okay. I'll keep the lesson going then. So let's just say these orange waves are waves. Let's just say we have a radar emitter that shoots off. Let me describe it this way. So let's just say we have a conventional radar emitter, which is some sort of a plane. It has a plane, it has conductors, etc., etc. So a conventional radar emitter will actually have a very distinct pattern. But that pattern will only go in a certain direction with an antenna. So for example, if we take a look at a pole antenna with a ground, and imagine this is a Wi-Fi router's antenna. It will actually have a pattern that looks like this of intensity. So at the very tops and bottoms, there is very little emissive intensity, whereas towards the side bands, the antenna will emit much stronger. And different antenna designs have different emissions patterns. Now, one of the issues with any fixed antenna is that in order to have the strongest intensity, so say for example we have this flat antenna, and its intensity relative to its origin here is primarily forward, you would have to mechanically slew the antenna left and right in order to track something or to sweep an area with your radar signal. So one of the ways you can get around this is you can actually have a series of antennas and basically fake an antenna out of them using circuitry. So imagine that we have a bunch of these monopole antennas all in a row. Now remember, I said that the pattern looks something like this, in 3 dimensions, of course. So what we can do, because don't forget, these patterns, while they look like this, it is still a wave. So the waves are actually being emitted like this, but they have waves and they have troughs. So right now, pretend right here, I drew the crests like this. And so this is one crest, this is another crest, here is a inverse crest. But basically, these peaks are related to here. So there is essentially, if you can imagine, a throbbing in space of energy. So imagine all of these antennas here are having this same throbbing. So let's just say we all have this united wave front of 4 different antennas that have this united energy emission. And so for one pulse, for one peak and trough of an array like this, we would have this. So if we actually think about it, wingmates, this trough, this united front of troughs and peaks heading out in a common pulsing is actually like this. It's like the normal radar that we were talking about, but it's made out of multiple emitters. Now, what we can do is we can actually change the phase of these waves. So let's, for example, imagine that we're going to take another antenna and slightly phase shift the wave. The way that the energy intensity peaks and pinnacles, or peaks and troughs. So here is our phase shift. So that means that the intensity of this pulse, where we'd like to, pulse backwards, if it hits something, will be changed. So this we can represent on multiple antennas, and we can do this to multiple antennas a little bit differently. So for example, let's just say let's use a dimensionless unit here. The phase shift here is 0, and the phase shift here is 0.1, and here we slow it down by 0.2, here we slow it down by 0.3, and here we slow down by 0.4. So what happens then? What happens then is here the wave begins immediately. This wave would actually be delayed, but I'm drawing it ahead of time for sanity's sake. And then eventually you would have at least one of the pulses look like this. Now, if we zoom out and we have more and more of these sideways pulses, it's as if we steered our radar from our original 0 offset or 0 phase orientation to another orientation, all by electronically adjusting these timing offsets right here. By delaying the way that these waves are emitted at the different sub-emitters of this array, this phased array is actually able to be electronically steered. And this is essential for pretty much all active radar. Because 1, you avoid the mechanical components that are required to slew. And 2, electronic slewing allows you to, imagine if you had multiple targets here, wingmates. Target 1 right here and target 2. And you had a conventional mechanical radar. And if you wanted to keep tabs on both of these, you would probably have to do either a solid sweep and hope that you're getting tabs on both of them from the return signals, or you could literally, using your mechanical, your phased array, you could set one offset, or for one moment, you could transmit for this target, and for another moment, you could transmit this, because your refresh rate here is incredible. We are talking at very, very, very high megahertz and gigahertz frequencies of refreshing. So you are able to very distinctly have multiple lobes, essentially, like fake lobes, be generated at once. Now, radio waves are only one kind of wave. Keep in mind that radio waves are simply longer waves, and shorter waves will typically be light. Although, of course, microwave, yeah. And then, that means that, in theory, you might actually be able to create a phased array utilizing light. And that has been done, wingmates. You can make a phased laser. And the really interesting thing about phased lasers, and I'm going to need another page for this. So so a phased laser typically utilizes various techniques. There are many ways of doing this, including individual diodes and also split lasers with controllable microshutters. So, for example, let's imagine ourselves, we have a surface here that has little microshutters that are manufactured utilizing nanotechnology. And what we do is we take a conventionally emitted laser and we essentially feed it to the microshutters here. Allow me to use a different color here. So we feed all of these individual laser shutters utilizing different sorts of channels, oftentimes fibers and the like, or other sorts of nanomaterial channels. And what we can do is we can use these shutters to selectively pulse the laser. And without even a mechanical turret, we can actually essentially have the laser waves be emitted in such a way that they impact all at one point, but off of the target. So you can actually use something like a massive dish covered in nanoscale microshutters or specialized high energy diodes to create an absolutely massive phased laser array that has incredibly high targeting speed and simply emits like this. And wingmates, this is how you can make holograms appear, because since we now have the capability to create focused, we can basically emulate as if light were focused in various points in space. To the human eye, it would appear, to the human eye, if I can draw a human eye right here, it would appear from these focused points of light as if they were coming from this very space. And so what you can do is, utilizing the very speed of your microshutters, you can quickly draw an image that the eye is then able to basically blur into a three-dimensional floating hologram. So phased lasers enable both highly directional laser control and holography. So phasers are incredibly important, especially for industry and for certain kinds of display. So yes, this is definitely something you can do. Now, the shorter the wavelength of light that you are trying to phase, the more difficult it is to do so, because the spacing must be very, very small between these waves in order to keep that coherent wavefront going. There's a number of other physical principles related to the limitations of phasing light. So radar is much easier to phase. Light is significantly more challenging, and nanomanufacturing is probably the easiest way to get that done. Unfortunately, this does render some of these phased laser arrays a little bit more vulnerable, and it does mean that they oftentimes have to be bigger, simply due to the energy density limitations relative to a conventional beam. So both of these designs are utilized. Anyhow, I do apologize for that tangent, wingmates. Let's go back to ship design. So we decided that we were going to utilize a railgun, or a plasma railgun, because it does provide you with that, but it also allows you to avoid a lot of the complications of lasers. So for our patrol craft, we will definitely require a very large engine with gimbaling. So we will probably utilize a fusion drive to keep costs down instead of an antimatter drive. And we will make sure that we have not only a magnetic gimbal, but we will probably actually have a mechanical gimbal for the actual engine itself to provide maximum slew. Alright, where do we want to mount our weapons? So what we could do to provide maximum firepower, especially with a high gimbaling craft, is we could give it a spinal a spinal plasma railgun here. So we'll put the plasma railgun in the nose of the craft. And that way we could also run superconductor lines to it directly from the magnetohydrodynamic generator of the plasma drive here. Let's see here. Oh, and that magnetohydrodynamic drive is basically, so, let's see here. Magnetohydrodynamic. So magneto implies magnetism. Hydro implies water or flow. It's a bit of a misnomer, honestly. And dynamic implies that there is motion. So remember when I said that if in a plasma toroid there is inherent motion of electrons within a gas, thus creating a magnetic field? Well, in a plasma reactor, essentially, you have, depending on the kind of plasma reactor, of course, if you're talking about a fusion drive that utilizes inertial containment, this is much more difficult. But of course, you can utilize different sorts of different drives all in one vessel, both inertial and containment plasma. And so here's basically the idea. For containment plasma, drives, there is a magnetic bottle which utilizes magnets built around the drive itself to keep a hot plasma reacting, to both condense the plasma to the point where it superheats, and to keep it from essentially breaking down the walls. Now, the walls have to be cooled no matter what, due to the incredible heat that is just given off by the massive microsun that is within this magnetic bottle. But you can actually also tap off a little bit of this plasma and run it through what is essentially a magnet, or the reverse of a magnet, a generator. And because, as I said, the flow of electrons creates magnetic forces, when you run plasma with its own magnetic field around in a coil, or through a coil, or other various designs, you will actually get electricity out of it. That is how a fusion-powered vessel that only has both a reactor and a drive is able to generate both electricity for its weaponry and for its drive. So if we were using a conventional drive, we may have actually wanted to utilize inertial containment fusion. So what inertial containment is essentially you have small fuel pellets with various coatings that contain fusion fuel. So fusion fuel pellets. And so what happens is that they are ejected utilizing some sort of injector, and they are subjected to laser detonation. Now typically, or some other form of detonation, sometimes you can use a magnetic pinch ring to compress this, but the general idea is that you want the pellet to be exiting, so that all of this energy that is being dumped into it, you want it to exit as much as possible. You want the compression, and you will still need magnetic coils to contain some of this, but essentially this is a different approach. Instead of having a microsun, you create bursts of microsuns. And this happens so often that it looks like a continuous plume. So I think because we need great power for the plasma railgun, we will probably require a containment fusion drive of some sort, and potentially additional fusion reactors. Now, we will not require as much delta V as another craft because this is meant to be an interceptor, so we can have pretty average tankage on this. Let's see here. Now, because this is an interceptor, we have our primary weapon, which is meant to be utilized to punch holes in the enemy without them being able to intercept it. That's another advantage of weapons that are essentially at significant fractions of the speed of light. You are essentially unable to intercept them. So for example, let's just say we have the hull of an enemy warship here in blue. and it has a point defense gun or an autocannon. Let's just say you fire a slug at it, either from a railgun or from something else. Now, because of the distances involved, you may have approximately 5 seconds or so, let's just say, roughly say that, to intercept this slug. So what will happen is, because you will have a radar emitter somewhere, that radar emitter will detect, and this distance is covered at the speed of light, so it is essentially instantaneous. This radar will have a return, and in a fraction of a second, you will be able to determine the velocity of this projectile relative to your ship. And then you will be able to plot an intercept course for your own munitions. Now, if you can essentially either knock the munition off course, or at least shatter it, or make it so that it impacts in a different way, you will be able to protect your vessel significantly. And point defense is a very important part of any vessel's defenses, which is why I think the Interceptor should also have its own point defensive weaponry. Now, what kind? Railguns or autocannons? I'm not quite sure. But perhaps to keep costs down, autocannon point defenses might actually be acceptable. Because we're already putting a lot of money into the plasma railgun here. So for point defense, I think we can have basic autocannons, and we can mount them on the periphery, and we can mount perhaps 4 of them, maybe more if we really want more firepower. So we have point defense systems, and these would probably be higher caliber autocannons in order to act simultaneously as offensive weaponry and as defensive weaponry. And they would probably be electrothermochemical guns, so that we can increase their velocity to be something useful, while also not utilizing too much power. So I should probably explain what an electrothermochemical gun is. So in a conventional firearm, let's draw a conventional firearm here. You have a barrel, and I'm not going to draw a bottleneck cartridge, because sanity's sake. You have your cartridge here, and you have a projectile. I'm going to do the cartridge casing in orange here. There we go. Okay. So, how does a conventional firearm work? You will typically have either an electronically actuated primer or a mechanical primer, which starts the ignition of the propellant granules here. And the propellant granules begin to combust because they already have oxidizer chemically baked into their formulation, and this is just a time lapse here, it will expand into gas, and that gas will begin to fill the area and simply push the projectile down the barrel. Now, there is a fundamental limitation because there is a the speed of sound is a fundamental limitation of how many gases can expand. And this does depend on a lot of factors, but it's not so much the speed of sound, it's the shock wave front. Basically, everything that combusts or detonates, well, detonates is actually more accurate, will have a shock wave. And that shock wave has a limited speed that it can propagate at. And this shockwave for conventional propellant firearms is limited by the chemical formulation, and you can push it, but at the same time you run into the issue that essentially you run into the issue that you can't change chemistry. There is only so much you can do to make a gas expand. Now, because the speed of shockwaves is different in different sorts of substances, there's a thing that is oftentimes utilized, which is called a light gas gun, and essentially that does the same thing as a typical firearm, although in many different ways. But it utilizes a different medium. It utilizes something like hydrogen. Now, hydrogen has a much higher speed within it, so it is able to have a higher shockwave front. So overall, it is possible to have a much higher muzzle velocity. So light, gas, gun. And by light, it's by molecular weight. It's not about it's not about light itself, as in, red light, green light, blue light. It's about the lightness of the gas that is being utilized for this gun's actual combustible propellant. Whereas a conventional gun is limited to this. Now, the electrothermochemical gun is an interesting design choice, which allows you to increase muzzle velocities by sort of changing the nature of the chemical reaction. So what an electrothermochemical gun is it's built very similarly to a conventional firearm. So we have the breech end here. Here we have a cartridge casing typically. Oftentimes the cartridge case is combustible. And we have, of course, the seated projectile. But then we also have another element, wingmates. We have a plasma electrode. Now, the plasma electrode is typically a sacrificial material which is vaporized by electrical power. So what happens is you end up having the original propellant inside of this cartridge, but you also have an electrode. So essentially, what happens is you have electricity hooked up to this electrode, and so much power is run through this electrode that not only does it detonate the powder here, providing gas, but it adds an incredible amount of energy, and it adds a different gas here too, because of the metal of the electrode simply vaporizing and turning into a gas. So the projectile is being pushed not only by the chemical energy within it, but also from the propellant, which I believe I labeled in magenta. So let's do magenta here for the conventional propellant. But in blue, there is also the vaporizing electrode behind it. So what this means is that in a single cartridge, you can have a lot more energy and a different formulation of gas behind the projectile. So you're able to get much more velocity out of this for the same volume. Also, this does remain compatible as long as the base cartridge for an ETC gun is the same dimensions and has a adequate firing mechanism, which typically is electrical firing no matter what these days. But you can use conventional cartridges or you can use ETC cartridges. So if you have no power or if you have limited power, you can fire these cartridges at reduced power without necessarily needing to have the actual plasmification of the electrode. So this is a very interesting technology. It's the electrothermochemical gun. And a lot of ground infantry utilize this particular form of weapon. And my personal sidearm, wingmates, is actually the pistol that I keep on me, is ETC capable. Now, one of the things I will say about this about ETC guns, a lot of them suffer from horrific erosion. So at the moment of firing, for example, if the projectile is still here, this particular area of the barrel has absolutely incredible amounts of energy imparted into it. So this metal here this metal here during the harshest part of firing must be incredibly tough. Typically these aren't even metals. They are specialized alloys. And many guns actually have expendable breech blocks. So, or not breech blocks, but breech sections. So basically, imagine, if you will, the gun has a barrel that is replaceable to factory, but there is literally, in addition to the primary mechanical wrap a loading mechanism for putting shells into the chamber. There is also a secondary, typically electromechanical mechanism that during a lull or a pause will actually extract the expended firing chamber, the one that is getting worn away by the incredible combustive power here. And it will extract it and throw it away, thus keeping the life of the barrel without having to rebarrel. Because, wingmates, if you didn't know this, gun barrels and railgun barrels, or railgun rails, are expendable components. They get worn down, they get consumed by the fact that there's a projectile scraping against them at incredible velocities, or in the case of a railgun, they are oftentimes consumed by the very fact that you are running high current and essentially fusing. Karob Nebetha, welcome to the convoy. I'm just, I hope that you are well. I am simply rambling about electrothermochemical guns as an adjunct to designing an interceptor craft with the viewers here. Now, essentially, when the more energy... just Cran. Oh, Cranberry, okay. I do apologize for mispronouncing that. I have difficulties with names at times. But Cranberry, or Cran, welcome to the convoy. Let's see here. But yes, wingmates, have any of you run into issues of rebarreling firearms? It's a Gaelic name. No one knows how to pronounce them. I suppose, Cran, how would you in typical American or English write it out phonetically for pronouncing that name? And I know that I would mutilate it no matter what, because it is a fundamentally different thing, but I am curious how you would pronounce it phonetically, or how would you would write it out phonetically, since I know the conventions are a little bit different. But yes, rebarreling is a pain. You want to avoid rebarreling as much as possible. In fact, here is how many railguns... Kranabadta. Okay. Kranabadta. Okay, thank you. I'll still call you Cran, but that is good to know. I appreciate that. Okay, so let me show you. So a railgun will oftentimes have one or more rails, and essentially the principle of a railgun is that you have a projectile that has a projectile, or at least a sabot, and a sabot is essentially a carrier for a projectile. Typically, in a conventional firearm, a sabot would be essentially a wrapper around a much smaller subcaliber projectile. So when it leaves the barrel, the parts of the sabot that aren't needed actually fly off, and the subcaliber projectile, and by subcaliber I mean this is the caliber, but less than the caliber is subcaliber, the subcaliber projectile continues. And what this allows you to do is have much higher surface area behind something, while also reducing the cross-section of a projectile. This is utilized oftentimes in atmospheric projectiles that are intended for anti-tank warfare. And you can do the same principle of a conductive sabot, because a railgun essentially has a massive charge going from one rail to another, and there is a magnetic effect that occurs when you run current from one side to another with a conductor between. There is a massive force that occurs, depending on the amperage, of course. There is a massive force that occurs here, and that is essentially how railguns operate. They have a conductor which is yanked out by this particular phenomenon. Coil guns operate differently. They use coils to pull a projectile along a path, utilizing a sequence of coils. So this is what a coil gun would look like. We would have our barrel, and we would have magnetic coils, which would look like donuts, potentially, wrapped around, and we would alternate turning them on and off as we have a projectile moving. So basically, first we would turn this one on, then we would turn this one on while shutting the other one off, and we would have a cascading effect of turning on these coils, which will allow the yanking effect of these coils to pull forward the projectile. Now, For railguns, because this surface right here that I am squiggling in blue, this surface experiences incredible amounts of electricity traveling through it and gets stupendously hot. And it basically risks welding the railgun every time it is fired. So here are essentially, so a lot of non-rapid fire and even rapid fire railguns have a system that after the firing, or even before the firing, deposits a sacrificial substance, typically a liquid, onto the rails. So it's a conductive liquid, typically containing a lot of metals in it, but it is run along the rails in order to essentially vaporize to some extent and take away at least some of that heat, and also serve as a conductive. It has a propensity to fuse to this, to the carrier or to the sabot. Also, these rails, or at least so because of this force here, there's actually another force that occurs in railguns, and that is a massive tendency for these rails to peel apart. That is one of the biggest challenges with railguns, is that you must have a massive structure to keep the rails from splitting in twain. So typically, you will end up having wrappings or something like that, or some sort of other binding to keep the rails together. Now, helical railguns, which utilize multiple series of rails and twist, they still have the same problem, but they oftentimes have a lot of structural rigidity built into themselves. And by helical, yes, they do spin. So in essence, let's assume this green structure here is the built-in body of a railgun. And these rails are being degraded all the time. Now, do we want to overhaul the railgun all the time? Even though we're doing our best to apply a lubricant, for lack of a better term, to the rails? So, many ships, let's just pretend we have a railgun turret here, wingmates. So here's the hull of a vessel, and here we have a railgun turret. They will actually have an apparatus located here, or perhaps a service drone will do this during combat downtime. This is typically done where the rails are cheap. So this is where we have very cheap rails. Or cheap rail liners, as I should describe it. Basically what happens is the ship will depress its railgun to the point that it would hit the ship if it fired. And then an automated grabber arm will reach into this. It will lock onto the mechanical linkages that keep these rails intact, or locked into the actual structure of the barrel, which wraps the rails together. And it will pull the rails out, and it will pop in a fresh pack of rails. So basically, if you look at some infantry railguns, let me draw a general idea of an infantry railgun. So here we have our rails, and this is not to scale. We have our various control boxes. We have, typically this is going to be fired off the shoulder because infantry railguns are fairly big. We have our power cable running to the power supply that is typically back or power armor mounted. We have a bunch of grips depending on the kind of mount. And it will literally have little grips here, so that when you place this on the ground, almost like a crossbow, you can pop out a contained rail pack and slam in a new rail pack. And this, of course, depends on the manufacturer, but typically people are cheapskates, and they would rather replace rails more often than actually buy good rails. So there, for example, if you have like a Metastar a railgun rail, it's a knockoff that might be able to fit in some other manufacturers' railguns. And although there is circuitry that oftentimes will warn you that you are utilizing counterfeit rails, because there are temperature sensors typically in rails, just baked into the actual materials themselves, to not only check for integrity, because some rails do crack, and you want the hidden integrity sensors, which are sacrificial. Once they break due to a rail crack, you will get a signal that something is wrong. And oftentimes you will jailbreak your railgun to accept these cheaper, worse railgun packs. So yes, essentially, this is the same thing that would happen with these electrothermochemical guns. They would have a mechanism, but it's typically behind the breech. So there would be the breech mechanism back here, and there would be a system where the breech is held open, and then a special mechanical appendage will reach in, and on a cycle will eject the spent breech cartridge, which will be very heavily damaged and worn here. And in fact, these are designed to actually expand a little bit. So the energy deposited into a gun tends to increase to compensate for the size of the chamber here, because you want consistent velocities. You do not want an uncontrollable velocity. So yes, those are some of the oddities of both railgun and ETC guns. So let's go back to our design here. So we have figured out that we want electrothermochemical point defense guns here. So ETC PDS systems, so that we can utilize our massive. So basically, if you imagine our available power for the ship as this green bar, we will likely design it so that in combat, the vast majority of the power is slated for the plasma railgun, and then we will have a certain reserve for other uses on the ship. Now, if we are in trouble, what we can actually do is we can divert a significant amount of that power, because we are not going to be firing a plasma railgun if we are maneuvering defensively. You can utilize all of this power to put into the electrical part of our electrothermochemical gun. So essentially, we will still have our autocannons, but at lower velocity. If we have all the power dedicated to the plasma railgun, or if we are defending, we can increase the velocity, which will help us intercept projectiles coming into us and increase our capability to damage them. We will be able to divert power, because here's the thing, wingmates. If we did this with our power, so we have enough power for both our ETC gun and for our railgun, this is a waste of mass, because that means that our magnetohydrodynamic generator will actually have to be larger, but we will not be using it most of the time. And that means more money, more maintenance costs, more wasted power outright. So I think, especially for an interceptor where redundancy is not necessary, we need to have power. We need to have essentially bracketing for our power. We have the power bracket for our plasma railgun, and we have the power bracket for our ETC gun, and they should never be used simultaneously. Essentially, that is the point. Because if you are utilizing both simultaneously, you are mismanaging the way this ship is designed, because we have a fixed plasma railgun rather than a turreted plasma railgun. So, because this energy weapon needs cooling, we will have radiators. Now, because we want our turrets to have optimal firing arcs, but our firing arc can be forward, I think we want short radiators, but we want more of them. And also this means that they are less likely to be broken off by harsh maneuvering or by motion. And they can actually extend behind this ship, if we do not care too much about heavy radiation damage. That is questionable, but we could extend them behind the vessel. But we will need a lot of radiators for the plasma railgun. Let's see. Now, crew protection. So we need to protect our crew from the radiation of our reactor here, our fusion reactor, and we need to protect the crew from firepower. So the first layer that we would probably have is we would have straight up armor. Now this would be a multi-layered composite with layers that are meant to be utilized for thermal protection, and layers meant for kinetic protection. Because a layer that does both is generally either very heavy or very expensive. So by layering different kinds of armor and adding things like Whipple shields, for micrometeorites and the likes, we should be able to protect ourselves against lasers or other forms of, I suppose, energy dump weapons like plasma railguns, and protect ourselves against damage from projectiles like autocannon rounds or railgun rounds. Although, unfortunately, the higher the velocity of a projectile, the more it simply punches through things. There are ways of combating that, but I won't get into that quite yet. There are many ways of making armor. But no matter what, this will require heavy forward armor. I'm actually thinking about designing this ship a little bit differently, because... I'll show you what I mean, wingmates. Okay, so, we will definitely need a significant amount of fuel, and we can put the crew capsule here. And essentially, I think that is it for this patrol craft. So let's actually get to redesigning it in a way that I think would be a little bit more sensible. So because the interceptor will almost always be facing the enemy, we will likely want the interceptor to have very little... We want to save on tonnage. So when I did this design, imagine if we have to have all of the surface area... apologies. All of the surface area, I should say its length L, for this minimal volume. Essentially, a cylindrical or a conical shape is very bad relative for its volume relative to surface area. A sphere is the most optimal shape for that. A cube gets better, but a cylinder is not the best. So we want to be a little bit more cylindrical, I think, because we are wasting money on having a conical design. So basically, the advantage of a conical design in forward-facing armor is that you have these armor slabs can take shots from more angles, and also if shots are coming in forward, you have a chance to basically have a higher thickness of armor / potentially ricochet certain kinds of shots. So wingmates, if any of you have played World of Tanks, or any other tank combat game, you will recognize that sloped armor does help. Now, many will say that it's ricochets where sloped armor helps, but no, really, all we care about is that when a projectile is burrowing into the armor, the relative distance it has to travel is greater. So basically, imagine if something is going up against a flat wall of one thickness, of thickness L, it has to travel this distance. Now angle the plate 45 degrees or so. It's still the same thickness L, but the distance it has to travel to reach something has actually, as you can see, it's become significantly larger. And it's a product of angle. And if you are aiming a ship at the enemy, or at least where the enemy projectile should be coming from, you will hopefully be increasing your armor thickness just by having it have to travel further. Now, of course, this does leave your back exposed, but if something's hitting your back, that means your engine is probably being put full of holes no matter what. So, going back to that point, because we don't really care about having that directionality and we just want to save as much armor mass because, quite frankly, this is meant to be a cheap interceptor, let's do something vaguely spherical. So a bit of an oblong shape here for our interceptor. So it's going to be a little bit wider, and this will allow us to have less surface area for more internal volume. So what we'll do is we'll still have our armor layer on the surface, and we will have the plasma railgun burrowed in as much as we can here. There's our plasma railgun with attendant equipment, including gas supply for the plasmatorioids. And of course, it will have a hatch here that will close to protect the gun port. So what this does allow us to do is actually hide a lot of our equipment behind the armor shield. So the issue with the conical design was it was getting hard to hide our radiators behind the armor. But with one of these conical-ish designs, what we can do is we can, for example, have our fuel tanks here, or our propellant tanks here, spherically let's just say perhaps. It's a couple of spherical, at that point just wrap it around. Spherical tanks. So we have our engine on a mechanical gimbal with our hydrodynamic, or our plasma nozzle right here. There we go. So we have our plasma nozzle. And we have our plasma nozzle radiators, potentially. And we can actually mount our radiators much more behind. And have them stick out far less. So even if they get damaged, they will hopefully take a lot less damage. They'll hopefully only lose a fraction of their radiating capability. And because we don't care about targets behind us, because we are intercepting rather than being pursued, it is actually okay if we lose some of our point defense systems' ability to provide coverage. So we can mount our point defense systems here. And I think a classic quadruple mount would be a good compromise, because it will generally allow 3 guns to fire from each side. Now, I think that is actually acceptable, and we can actually utilize the entire fuel storage more as radiation shielding. And in fact, we can wrap the engine with more fuel tanks so that the radiators are less exposed to radiation. Now, this will have the issue that these radiators are going to be exposed to the radiation of the drive significantly, but I think we can tolerate it, especially wingmates. Radiators can retract, so they can be foldable. For example, if we look at it from 90 degrees, this radiator can retract and fold like this. And that means that when we are not at combat power, we can actually retract the radiators to be compact. And that way, they will avoid long-term radiation damage. So basically, the waste energy non-combat is far lower than the waste energy combat. So we should be able to maintain basically have combat periods where we use the full capability of our radiators, and they're considered expendable, or the tips of them are considered expendable, the same way you would consider gun barrels to be expendable. And that would allow our vessel to in essence, be protected that way. Now, because we have no long-range endurance, we don't have to think about gravity decks, because this craft will actually likely be held on a tumbling pigeon arrangement or on a station with grav. So basically, what a tumbling pigeon arrangement would be, imagine our craft here. Here's a poor 3-dimensional drawing of our craft. Here's its radiators. Here's its exhaust nozzle. Basically, it would have a massive tether with a counterweight. And that counterweight would likely be a life support system, a power supply, or a sensor thing. And essentially, because you have a mass here, and you have a mass here, their total in freefall center of mass is actually right here. So when you could actually have this spin. And when this spins, there is a centripetal force exerted downwards here on both of these objects. So basically, if you were, for example, standing on the deck of this ship, like this, you would feel as if there was gravity. And because this ship is spending most of its time waiting to go on to patrol, you would, this would be okay. It doesn't have to maneuver. It's simply waiting for its chance to patrol. In fact, wingmates, this tether could contain a secondary atomic reactor, which would be utilized to allow the primary craft to keep a fairly low power, low radiation state for its fusion drive. And because there is no stealth in space, you would have quite an alert time for deployment, on the order of perhaps 10 minutes or more, even if someone is taking off a planet and you need to intercept them. So this auxiliary reactor here would be able to channel power down this tether and essentially kickstart the fusion reactor here and get all of the systems for this ship online, where it would then detach. it would probably detach and have to immediately kill the rotation, because both of these objects currently have a momentum, and when separated, both will maintain a momentum, so they have to have a means of killing that momentum. Or, of course, you could fire the main drive and then collapse the tether, but that's a bad idea. You really need to be careful about how you do this. But because it's basically an emergency thing, it's actually not that bad if you simply dump the tether. Also, if we want to convert this to be a system patrol craft, we could actually have what they call a bindle. So a bindle is essentially an add-on to a vessel, which is, so for example, let's take our little patrol craft that we have sketched out here, and let's just say we want to utilize it as a long-range patrol craft. Now, the reaction tank mass tanks are small and armored, and it's really hard to extend them. You could add drop tanks or a bindle. And a bindle is basically the same thing as drop tanks, but it also has additional equipment or habitation space. So, for example, you can have a drop tank mounted on the front of this craft, which will add a significant amount of mass. But the moment you need to enter combat, you simply detach from this drop tank so that you can expose your primary weapon, and then you can maneuver, while also having all of this reserve propellant that can be used for navigation within a system. Now, a bindle would have, say, for example, a long-term habitat. It would have maybe a gravity ring here. So it would have arms that swing around this way, and they would be utilized to create artificial gravity, the same way that this tumbling pigeon design, or this tumbling tether design would be utilized, again, with having crew members stand here for long-term habitation. So essentially, this forms a very simple combat-capable core. Now, do we want to add missiles to this? Because that will complicate guidance systems. I think we don't want to arm this with missiles necessarily, although an interceptor craft would benefit from it. I think what we could do is we could have a sister class that strips out the plasma railgun and instead mounts missile bays. And I think that would actually be a fairly decent compromise. You would have one interceptor which has significant direct capability, and another interceptor or another different kind of patrol ship that deals with missile capability. And with enough maneuverability, which this vessel would probably have, due to the gimbaled fusion drive, I think that it would actually be able to utilize its primary weapon to defend against incoming long-range missiles. It would have enough reaction time in the way that it can spin about its axis to utilize its plasma railgun to knock out missiles. Although there is a very limited amount that it can intercept against, but that is okay, because this is a cheap, lightweight interceptor craft. It is meant for planetary security and not for fleet duties. So now that we're here and we have what is essentially a finalized design, why don't we give it a bit of a better sketch? I don't think I'm going to color this or anything, wingmates, but let's give it a decent enough sketch, I think. So let's see here. We can design we can do the body like that. It's a vaguely conical design. So here we have our plasma railgun opening, which is currently open right now. So the petal flaps that we have that cover it are open. And we can even see inside of the barreling. Go. Perfect, perfect. So wingmates, now that we are getting close to our design phase here of this particular patrol craft, do you have any names that you are interested in calling this? So it's a cheap, relatively high acceleration, but low endurance craft that is meant for system security, that can have add-ons if need be, but at the same time has, well, how should I put it? It has the capability, to be expanded, but is not a pushover in its own right. And it utilizes what is essentially a lightning gun, well, as far as a plasma railgun can be. So if you have any suggestions for a class name, I am all ears. Ontos! Cryptid, welcome to the convoy. Ontos. So Ontos, if I recall, is a term for that means essentially thing, if I'm correct. Maybe not. Does Ontos mean thing? I think it might. So here we have our folding radiators that are currently extended. We're just going to draw the lines on them. So it actually behooves you to have as little radiator area as possible that is shining on a different radiator, but we can't do, because you do lose efficiency in the way that your heat dissipation works. So Ontos is thing. Thing is a decent name for this, I think, because it is a bit of a thing. Maybe something that inspires the feeling. So, what's a small? Ooh, how about Derringer wingmates? Because Derringer is a small, pocket-sized defensive thing that packs a wallop, but it's sort of a one-trick pony. Once you fired off your one Derringer shot, it actually that would be good for the missile cousin of this particular ship, because it would be a one-shot missile carrier ship in essence. And everything else would have to come from its sister classes. So maybe something that rapier maybe, because it's something that is defensive in a sense, but also has a bit of range to it and can be used for precision strikes at a distance, the way that the plasma railgun can be. Dirk, Dagger, those are all kind of very traditional names. I think that they do suffer a little bit, to be honest. Let's see, what are some other good? Let's see, pepper spray, no. Taser. Taser might be a bit of a tongue-in-cheek name for this particular design. Let's see, how would we spell taser to not offend? Let's see. Taser. Let's see. Taser. TK, thank you for being with the convoy. I hope that you rest well. We'll be wrapping up shortly once we complete the sketch a little bit more. We're almost done, wingmates. I did want to have this ship come out. Taser. Taser's an option. Well, I guess we could start mutating the word taser, or taser. Let's see. So, taser. What's an anagram of taser? Raster. That's vaguely taser with 2 R's. Okay, yeah. Taser with 2 R's. And raster. The raster class. That makes no sense. Raster images? That's almost more like an artistic thing. A bit funny, I will say. Let's see here. Let's mount the guns on this thing. So let's put in our point defense mount. Typical ball mount. Very simple, very straightforward. There we go. Put in our ETC barrel with high vertical traverse. Slap on another gun. Tracer. I like that. I like that Sordreener. Tracer. S or S? Oh, how about tracer? As in like a tracer round. And it also I think tracer is nice because when you're following someone on radar, the track would look as if you're tracing them. You're trying to intercept them. So it intercepts by tracing the path of the enemy. How's that sound? Tracer for a class name. I think that's pretty decent in some sense. But I would like to hear your opinion, wingmates. Let's see here. Okay, so let me do some erasing here on the line art. I think I could actually have enough time for a little bit of coloring. Line art. I don't need caps, but we'll make it all caps. Whatever you think is best. Okay, I think we'll go with the tracer. That's a nice class name. All right, let's go with the eraser, or let's just let's go with the classic pixel brush. Make it big and set it to eraser mode, which is one of my favorite things about Krita. Okay. Where do we need to erase things? We need to erase some of the turret stuff here. That was very ugly. Erase some of that. For the excuse me. For the radiator panels. Oh no, we didn't want to erase the fuel tank. But we did want to erase the fuel tank there. Need to erase some of this turret mount. Erase most of this turret mount and redo all of that. That looks dismal. Okay, back to our classic brush. Let's mount that. Okay, let's make sure we have a good vertical travel for this gun. We want a massive vertical elevation so that it can fire at pretty much any angle. To go back to our previous eraser brush because we wouldn't be able to see the traverse mechanism on there. Okay, there we go. Let's put back the fuel tank here. And then we need to indicate that this is actually a little bit thinner. So let's do that to show that that section is thinner, just for a bit of a differentiation. Oh, I did not want to use the dithering brush. I did not. The dithering brush is wonderful. It really adds excellent texture. Let's see. So let's keep adding our magnetic containment spars here. And there are technically some on the inside, but we don't really have to do those because the nozzle does something like that. We could show that it does it. Then we could also erase some of the inner lines. Oh no! I keep grabbing the dithering tool. And we are not making a PC-98 game here. We are simply drawing a silly little starship. Okay, here we go. Oh, there we go. Almost there, almost there. Let's add some cross members. That is awfully thick, but that's all right because this is a sketch. Nothing doesn't have to be perfect. All right, there we are. Let's thicken up some of these radiator lines to indicate that it folds. We have that there. All right. Should probably add some details, but I think we'll leave it gunmetal gray. So I'm going to get rid of all of this stuff that we've been piling up. Go. That's our line art. Let's add a color layer. Let's see. Let's go with basic gunmetal gray for this ship. Very few. Actually, I think I know what I want this spunky little patrol craft to be. I want it to be... No, not yellow. I'm going to have it be green checkerboard. But like a dark olive drab green checkerboard. No, not olive drab. Let's go with a Far Suns Coalition blue. Yes, I like that. Far Suns Coalition blue. That but then it looks like the lightning. Let's go with a dark blue then. No. Coalition blue is fine. All right, here we go. Let's utilize our big brush. And we'll do some coloring here. Just very roughly get this all colored in. Go. The radiators will be red, so we'll color them in separately. Definitely. And there'll be a different layer too. So there we go. Keep the tanks blue. The radiators will be red. Glowing red because we're going to do a combat scene here. Do the turret. Go. Fill that in. Fill that in. Doesn't have to be perfect at all. Our line art is already not very good. Let's do the radiators red glow. Let's do a very nice dull red. The combat has just begun for this particular craft, so we can assume a bit of a dull red glow. Go. Going around there. Marking off the radiator. And we could do some heat effects on the hull to indicate that the radiators are actually glowing onto it. So you do want lighting effects. Go. Perfect. Let's fill these in ahead of time so you can see where our issues are. All right, filling in the folded radiator here, or the one that's hidden off to the side. And we'll do a nice starscape background for this, I think. So we have at least something that we can call the result of today's efforts. Go, fill that in. Right. And one last radiator. I'll probably give it some highlights to indicate that it's glowing brighter in the cores of each of these fins. And the way the internal valving for the radiator would work would very much have essentially redundancy and the ability to circumvent damaged radiator panels, because you want to maintain as much heat radiation capacity at full during combat as you can. Okay, so I'm gonna have this other layer for other ship colors. So let's have gunmetal gray for the barrels. The barrels don't necessarily need to have too much color. Went a little bit too far with that. There we go. Okay. There we are. We'll make the elevation mechanism also gunmetal gray. Perfect. Okay. There's the other gun mechanism. And we will make the plasma torch also gray. This one, we do want to be a little bit careful with the way we color it in, because we do need white space, since it is a lattice rather than being a whole contiguous thing. But it is running coolant pipes through it. So technically, depending on how much energy we've been dumping into this, this should also be glowing in its own right. So we may actually add a dull red glow to it eventually. Get that gunmetal there. Okay, so we have our plasma nozzle. I think I would like to add some RCS ports. So I'm going to add another layer for these sorts of little details here. So I'm going to add... thruster ports should probably be offset a little bit here. No. I'm not gonna do that because I need to add actual line art for them. So I'm gonna go back to line art and go back to my proper pen. I'm going to add what are ostensibly thruster ports. I'm going to give them a bit of ribbing in here. I have some more thruster ports, and that's fine enough for a detail. Let's see, and I'm going to guess the armor is actually mounted in bands for ease of replacement. So I will give it a couple of bands here. Give it a bit of that look that it's actually armored. And so I will also give it some plate lines here, because the armor is one of the things that will be replaced very frequently. And it will also have banding here. Banding for armor replacement. Although all of this stuff back here is going to be very thin armor. It'll still have a little bit of armor to protect it, but not much at all. Okay, that is looking decent enough. Let me color this port here. Back to which line art layer was that? Oh yeah, that was gunmetal gray. So let's go back and we'll color that. There we go. All right, excellent. Perfect. And I wanted to color the RCS ports too. We're keeping the palette simple here. Now, do we want to add burn, or do we want to add it firing? Let's do the background first. So I'm going to do a starscape background. Let's add a layer. And we're not going to use pitch black. We're going to go into blue and use kind of a bluish dark black, because too dark is also a problem. Some of these starscapes are a little bit darker. There we go. I like that. Okay, let's do some actual stars. So white. white using our speckling brush. Goodness, where'd all my speckling brushes go here? Let's see here. There it is, perfect. Excellent. I like the way that's coming out for a quick little sketch, I think. Right, let's get that. So I definitely prefer, I always prefer having a denser region of stars, so I'm going to do that near the tail here. I'm going to add a nice, dense region where it's probably the galactic core, if you look that way. Okay, now I want to add some lighting. I want... Now I want the front to be lit, but at the same time, I want to... I want to give the indication that there is shadow. So I think what I will do is I will actually create a planet on the background. I'll create a planet on the background. Let's do a... we don't want to break the palette. Let's use something orange. Something dimly orange. And let's utilize the classic brush here. There we go. So let's have a planet down here. And that is disgusting. Let's have it be a very small actual circle. Nope. Tool options, fill, foreground color, outline, no outline. Let's make a proper little circle here, wingmates. There we go. That is about as good as it'll get. I think I will add a little ring to this planet, just for funsies. Let's see here. Go add a nice orbital ring. Now, this means this craft is really close to this planet. Likely orbiting it, to be honest, especially if this is a gas giant. And now, we can actually use the gas giant to indicate that there is actually going to be shadow. Let's see here. I think I actually want to blur the gas giant just a touch. Or blur the gas ring, at least. Here we go. We use the blur tool here. Okay, I think that is... I like that look. A little bit of blur on the gas giant. Perfect. I'm going to pick the gas giant's color. I'm going to give it a bit of shadow by using a darker color. 1 second, please, wingmates. Okay, I'm going to zoom in for this. I'm going to go with a darker shade here. Brush. Let's use the thin brush for this. And since it's a gas giant, its atmosphere will do funny things with light, so the shadow will be a little bit messy. So let's indicate that the sun is essentially facing like this. And so there will actually be a shadow on the ring here. Actually, no, the shadow will be at a different angle. Let me erase that and let me shadow the ring there. And once again, use the blur tool to shade the ring. Oh, I'm glad that you like it, Cran. I'm glad that you like it. Do I have any prior art background? Sketching. I simply enjoy doing art myself, to some extent. I've got a little bit of practice, but nothing too significant to be honest. So I do like technical drawing, though. I have had some drawing or some drafting experience in my past. Let's see here. Okay, so we have our planet. Now let's add the ship's highlight colors. So start adding highlight layers. We're going to make a darker blue to represent the shadow parts of the ship. So let's add... So the turrets... Oh goodness. That is not... Oh, no wonder. I'm using the blur tool. Blur tool on alpha. That's not working very well. Let's dial that down a little bit. Too dark, too dark. Let's try a little bit lighter. Too light. Yeah, it's about just right for me. And we want to indicate that there is a shadow being cast by this turret. Shadow being cast by that turret. Need to make this brush way smaller. Go. And that these petals actually also cast their own shadows to give them a little bit of volume. Okay, this turret will also have shadow, although not as much. And there will be shadow in this ring back here. Let's see here. There we go. Perfect. And the shadow should actually... So let's see. Let's think about this. So the light is coming from here. This will be illuminated. This will likely already be hidden because of the radiator panels. So this needs to be shadowed, but at the same time, the radiator panel reflection needs to be taken into account here. This one will not be in shadow because this fin is down, but the sun is coming up at it. This one will be shadowed. This one won't be shadowed here, so I actually did this wrong. I need to undo this. Ah, there we go, there we go. But then we have a shadow here from the other radiator panel. Okay, there we go. So that's how we want the shadow done. Perfect. Okay. And I want to fill this in here. I'm just going to use the fill tool. And we might have just a touch of shadow here, because that is where the hole would hide some of the light. Not all of the light. So it's a fairly complicated shadow that's happening here. There's a bit of light, but then the rest of it is shadowed again. And this entire back section would probably be in shadow, because it is also narrower. So let's go back to our brush and make a nice shadow here. And just fill that in. Go. Fill that in, and fill the other shadow in. Perfect. Okay. So that's looking halfway decent. Let's see. So this gun would cast a shadow like this or so. Okay, so that gun casts its shadow. Perfect. Now, I think I want to do a radiator shadow. It's just not looking right if the radiator is like this. So you add a glow, but you also add shade. It's a little bit funny, I would say. So let's continue. Let's make sure we add the little indicator that it's the radiator is actually... There we go. Oh dear, we need to erase that. Okay, fill that in. Oh, no. Not good. Where did we have the break? Where did we have the continuity? There we go. So probably, so that's being illuminated. This backside is in shadow. And this light, this entire radiator is basically in shadow. This is not really the best light study, but it's my attempt at a light study with a ship. Okay, go. And we'll keep the gunmetal gray the same because we'll just assume that's the natural shade of it, even when it is dimly lit by reflections. Let's see here. There we go. That should fill properly. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have our shadows down. And I think what we will do now is we'll add the light effects. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our radiator color, go make it really bright. Take a brush, and we're going to just use an opacity layer here. We're going to show where the radiator is glowing brightly. Let's see here. Okay, we're going to give this a bit of glow. Actually, this entire section needs a bit of glow, including this down here. Is the radiator. So in general, we're just going to need to add red tint. But I in this case, I prefer utilizing opacities rather than utilizing... Because then I'll be able to actually use this uniform glow everywhere and just lightly apply it where it's needed. So let's see. There's going to be a bit of spill over here from the radiated light. There's going to be a bit on the back of the turret even. And back on this turret, back of this turret, we'll also have a bit of radiated glow. There we are. And we're going to drop the opacity really, really low. That is not the best, and it doesn't have the intensity highlights that I would like it to. But we'll live with it for now. I think we'll live with it for now. It's a little bit hard to get the lighting effects right now. And I think I will actually add glow to these radiators anyways. I will give them for simplicity's sake, I'll give them central glow here. Just bright emissions, and I'm going to blur them so that it looks a little more natural. So I'm just tapping in a bit of color here. And that's representing essentially the cooling core or the piping core of the radiators. Okay, now let's take our blur tool and give these a nice blurring. Okay, actually a very significant blurring. Go. That's halfway decent. The opacity definitely helps there with the shadow effect. Definitely would need to work on the lighting for the red, for the way that the red would light the rest of the body of the ship. But for now, this will do. All right, let's see. Okay, that looks halfway decent. Right, the drive will probably complicate things, so... Now, do I want to actually have the gun, the primary weapon, firing on it? I'm not sure I do. I can leave the drive not running, but I could demonstrate that this is a Spheromach gun. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go above line art because this is an effect. And I'm going to actually draw a con line, a construction line in magenta. I'm going to run it all the way from taint to tip of this particular ship. Just so I have an axis line that actually makes sense. Tool options. Oh, no wonder I used the wrong brush. 1 second, please, wingmates. There we go. So let's try that again. Run it through the center axis. There we go. So I will delete that line later, and I will now add another layer. And I will actually have a really... So I need to do, for a plasma sphere, or a plasma... it's probably going to be brilliant white light. Maybe a bit of a... Depends on the gas that you're using and the emissions that it has, but it's most likely going to be a very, very bright white light coming out of this particular plasma gun. So I'm just going to do it mid-shot. I'm going to draw the basis of the toroid here. Okay. So essentially what I will want to do is smear this toroid and have it look as if it's moving. So I'm going to use motion blur, I think. Or maybe I'll even use a gradient to give that impression that the exposure has captured light that is leaving. Now this is a bit of an exaggeration. So I think I want a halo around this. So what I will do is I will actually draw in brilliant white in Brilliant White, I will draw an opacity layer that will be haloed. Go. This would be instantaneous normally, because the speed of these railguns is so fast that you would never notice this. It would simply be a flash of white. And that's what I'm going to attempt to emulate shortly. Let me just blur the edges here. Give a bit of that halo blur. And make the plasma ring also blurred. Go. I'm going to add a new layer and give the plasma ring a dark blue core. And I'm going to blur that. Go. Just a hint of a core where the reaction is going on. I really should have done it the other way with the blue on the outside and the core on the inside, but it's a little late for that. I don't have the wherewithal remaining in me. Right, and let's blur that purple or that blue inside. Go. That's looking okay. All right, now for the actual effect itself. Okay, that's all effect. Okay, so I'm gonna make a group and then I'm gonna do a filter on it. All right, let me add a filter to that particular group. Oops. 1 second, please, wingmates. Add filter. Filter mask. Okay, so let's do motion blur. Let's see, rotation, that direction, radius. Oh, no. Radius we don't want. Oh. Okay, so let's try that again. Let's try the motion blur filter again. So add filter mask, motion blur. Okay, we were using the wrong blur. Go. Length. Let's go with 100 pixels. See if that can give us what we want. No, that is simply smearing it. I'll have to do a different effect for this, I think. Let's see what happens if I make the length 10,000. Looks like that's not going to work, really. So, how do we make this pulse actually look like a pulse? I think we need to add another layer to this. That is just the brilliant white light of the actual pulse itself. Okay. Let's see here. So let's add our brush. Back to our brush. And we'll just... We're going to have to use the line tool for that, to be quite honest. So let's use the line tool. Oh. Okay. Okay, that is maybe acceptable. I want it to be filled with a gradient, I think. Maybe I don't. It's a bit of a difficult one. You know, I will accept this as good enough. So let me do the blur around the edges. All right, let's get that blur tool going again. All right, there we go. Soften out the edges here. And basically erase that bit. Odd, but we can call this a mid-shot capture. So there would probably be a bit more lighting here, but that's, I guess, why the shadows are more intensified. Okay, I think... Let me erase our con line here. That is looking good. That is looking good. Now, do I want one of the autocannons to also be firing? Might be a bit overkill. I think I'll leave it at that. So let's add another vector layer. And we will add text. We're just going to add text here. Maybe move it to the other corner to balance it out, but I'll try that because it's a vector layer, so it's not a big deal. Let's see, we'll call this this was the, all right. Whoopsie. Oh, we have caps lock on. Okay, there we go. This is, we're going to use courier new. We're going to call this the Tracer class. Tracer class system interceptor. All right, there we go. Let's give it the classic green text that I prefer. Not dim green. Give it a nice big font. Go. Now, do I want it big or do I want it off in the corner? I think I can actually stack it on 2 levels and make it a little bit smaller and move it to one side. And of course kern it to the left. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So let me adjust this text. I will align it left. There we go. Save that. Okay, that is looking better, and it's balancing with the weight up top here. Now let's see. I would like some lines in green just to thicken up the text a bit. There we go. Perfect. And I think with that, we can call that particular ship done. All right, wingmates, we managed to design a ship. A Tracer class system interceptor. I like this little thing. Oh, I'm glad that you stopped by, Carvebite. I hope that you do get some rest. I will be getting some rest shortly myself. All right. So, wingmates, I will be posting this up on Twitter shortly, I think. Let me save this. Let's see. I'm going to save it so that we don't lose it. Let's see. Tracer system intercept for. There we go. Ah, yes. A happy 4th of July. A happy to anyone who celebrates it, Independence Day, and a happy Coalition Day to any citizens of the Far Suns Coalition who may be listening. Long live the Coalition. All right. Okay, so we've done that. Let's go to the station, wingmates, and we will prepare for a raid. 1 second, please. Long live the Coalition, indeed. All right, so let's see who is active on my IFF transponder list today. Let's see, we have Yuma Yamano, we have Maruni, we have Ira, we have Karagi. I think I want to raid Karagi, and she's doing some karaoke, because I think, if I recall, she may have raided me at some point or another, but either way, I would like to raid her. So let me get her channel identifier here, and we can continue on with the raid. And I will get you the raid message shortly, wingmates. Allow me to find it before I actually enter the raid message. Okay. There we go. Now we're getting ready for a raid. Well, wingmates, I want to thank you all for attending this bit of a long-winded stream, and I hope that some of you were interested in the game itself, and some of you were interested in the art that we managed to do. And I'll be posting this on Twitter for, I guess, future use. And I do hope that everybody has an enjoyable Independence or Coalition Day, depending what you celebrate. Enjoy some grilling, enjoy some time with friends and family if you're able to, and even if you are alone, Perhaps the sound of fireworks going on outside might remind you that that there are major changes that happen sometimes, and it is worth celebrating the accomplishments that when people come together, they and manage to pull off something like the American Revolution or the foundation of the coalition. That it's worth celebrating those days as a reminder that sometimes it takes a little bit of effort to get something good. All right, everybody. I hope that you fly safe. Oh, here's the raid message. That you keep your propellant tanks topped off, and that we will see you next time. Have a good time, everyone.